Councilmember Switzer. Councilmember Moses. Present. Councilmember Cargill.
Present.
And Councilmember present already. We're supposed to have a pastor here to say the invocation, but I don't see him, so I'm going to ask Brian Moses to say the invocation for us from stand.
Father, I thank you for allowing us to gather here today as a community, as a family. I ask that you guide us forward righteously. Let your word be our way forward. Thank you for the gathering of all these folks, and I hope that we can move forward in a direction that is acceptable and helpful for all in this community. Thank you, Lord. Thank Jesus. Amen.
Amen. Artists in the pledge of allegiance. Justice for all. Moving on, announcements, things you may we have. What we used to have is inch thick binders that Laurie said each one would cost probably $50 a copy, and took their day of time to put them together each meeting. And our finance director Dana found a great deal on these. In 2 months, we're saving money. I already know it's a lot more efficient in saving trees. So thank you all for doing that.
Thank you.
And this Saturday, right next door here at the park, 11 to 1, we appreciate you. I believe all our police officers will be there. All but one. All but one. Okay. And the chamber has been putting together gift baskets.
Gift bags.
Bags, okay. And I assume there's still space in those bags if anybody wants to donate.
We'll fill into the brim. The more stuff we get, the better.
Thanks. Okay. Yes, 11 to 1. There'll be hot dogs, there'll be some games, maybe twist somebody's arm. But that's Saturday, 11 to 1. Come and appreciate our police. Thank you so much. Okay, we have, I can't read this name. Mike begins with an S, 807 River Road.
That's me.
Oh, Mike Smith. Okay.
Thank you for letting me speak tonight. My name is Mike Smith. I'm a citizen of Blanco. In June of this year, I became very concerned about the unprecedented number of city employees who are elected to terminate their employment in the city. I submitted a public information request for copies of the exit interviews. Some of these exit interview requests have not been released as the city states it is a matter of public safety. Here's the information that was provided by the city. On March the 8th, the city of Blanco had 18 employees. On June the 8th, 11 full-time employees had elected to resign. In that 90-day period, 60% of our workforce quit. Of the available exit interviews, these are the reasons for some of their resignation. One was a scheduled retirement, and all the rest named specific elected officials as a reason for leaving or stated it was due to social media attacks on them by elected officials. Guys, we can do better than this. For a business to be successful, it needs to retain, and attract good employees. The same goes for the city of Blanco. We will not succeed if we don't let our staff know that their work is appreciated. The same goes for the volunteers from our community that donate their time and effort to serve the city on committees and commissions. They should be treated with respect and need to feel that their time and work is appreciated. As of today, the city of Blanco has 5 unfulfilled volunteer positions and a total of 6 unfulfilled municipal positions. If we don't change our ways, We will always be lacking volunteers and continue to be short-staffed. I personally feel that the drawn-out process of possibly reorganizing the TPAC has been fair as well as demoralizing to the current members of our Transportation Planning Advisory Committee. We can all learn from our mistakes, and tonight is an excellent time for the City of Blanco Council as a whole to reaffirm your appreciation of our staff and volunteers. Please support all the work that has been completed by our TPAC volunteers and let them continue doing their job without interruption. Thank you.
Next up, Ken Welch.
And welcome, not a city resident, but I am a Blanconian. TPAC has recently experienced delay due to your review of the direction and the application for new members. However, we are continuing to identify historical, environmental, and biological features around Blanco. We still expect TxDOT to make the next preliminary route selection in October, but we do not have a date. Mayor Arnold signed our Future of Main Street project even before the current TPAC membership was approved by the council. We introduced our approach to fulfill that directive at the July 25th public forum. The impact on 281 on Blanco is one of the largest challenges the city will face in the coming years, along with water availability and financial planning. Changed traffic patterns and population growth will give Blanco opportunities as well as pose risks impacting the long-range finances of the city. TPAC's work can provide valuable input to the comprehensive master plan update. Tonight, we will discuss and take possible action on the membership and direction of TPAC. I hope you have reviewed the current responsibilities of TPAC. Some of those responsibilities can only be accomplished once a 281 route is determined. I ask that tonight we first discuss the direction. Only after agreeing on the purpose and direction should you consider membership. Our current team makeup has allowed us to maintain search for the features that must be addressed by TxDOT. Our next major task is to communicate with Blanco's business community to help them understand and prepare for potential changes and to get their input. The membership of TPAC should be in alignment with the tasks that need to be addressed. We desperately need an individual that can bring traffic and pedestrian safety expertise to the project. A member with land use experience will be invaluable to consider and influence actions that will ensure that the adjacent land is compatible with the master plan. As chair of the current TPAC, I have not been afforded the opportunity to review the applications that you've received. I hope all of you have become familiar with the skills and expertise of the applicants. For TPAC to be effective, it is critical that you have a team that can address the very tasks defined in the direction that you set. Direct communications with the public and the council is essential. Likewise, TPAC's contact with external information sources is critical. Recently, Mayor Arnold removed my access to the information and files in the city provided email account. TPAC needs support from the city council, not barriers. Thank you.
Thank you. Since this is on the agenda, I did not remove your access. My understanding is that Mr. Tuggy is the one that requested the password be changed, but it is what it is. Next is Mr. Dave Smith.
Hear me okay? Dave Smith, I'm a city resident, lived here since 2016, grew up in the hill country. I know a couple of y'all here on the council. As a city resident, as many of us are, some of us aren't here, we understand what the problems are that hold within our city, and we kind of talk to each other about it. One of the problems that's come up is this whole TPAC situation and kind of what's going on here. A lot of us citizens have questions. Why are certain members of the committee not gaining access to certain things they should have? As a former chairman of the planning and zoning, if I had an applicant in front of me, I'd say, all right, Mayor, can I see that applicant? And within 24 hours, maybe 48, I have that in front of me. It's a little concerning that, as Kenneth Welch said, he hadn't seen any of those applicants. I have questions. Why is that happening? What's going on? What barriers present? Password change? shoot, I can provide a password to someone in less than 24 hours, not a problem, especially if they are the chairman of the committee associated with that. Now, understanding all of that, I understand there's many challenges facing us, but that's a big one. I got kids. Some of y'all do too here that live in town. I'm worried about what's going on in 281, and I don't want unilateral decisions being made. It needs to be made up of people outside the council, outside the city limits, and inside the city. I'm really getting angry about it. So I want to know some answers that are truthful and available to the public. Thank you.
Thank you. We had 2 public hearings, but nobody signed up to speak on them. So we can move on. We have 4 presentations tonight from this staff. So presentations, number 1 is a streetscape committee update. Mr. Eric Park.
Okay, you're gonna see update from Derek, or I'm gonna be up here in a minute.
Yes,
I'm going,
sorry, did I skip something?
I'm so sorry. We are the public hearing, but we didn't have to say no.
Yeah.
I think they'll talk during, it'll go under new business.
Okay.
And when they discuss it, you'll get a chance to talk, correct?
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah.
They're the owners.
Okay, fantastic.
Yes.
Thank you so much.
Yes.
I always like to give a history lesson on where streetscape came from. Because it's, back in 2007, when it was finally approved by the city. But it began with Bobby Mack, Candy Cargill, and me. I think we're the only 3 left, but we're on there in the first place. And it's when we did the comprehensive master plan. And now Bobby was working on updating the comprehensive master plan. The very first meeting that we had as a steering committee at his office, Paul Camp, who was doing our comprehensive master plan, said, Rhoda, I think you need to go to the historic commission to go to the city and try to get the visionary preservation action plan for the city of Blanco, and only 3 times a year to be approved for it. So Candy was chair of the historic commission. They went to the city council and the mayor, and they approved it. And we were approved for the visionary preservation. That's where streetscape comes from. Maureen's gonna be showing, so I'm not gonna go into it, but Maureen's gonna be showing some of the goals, because we spent 7 months after we finished the comprehensive master plan. We spent 7 months of meetings for visionary preservation. And it has a nice friendly skies. It has, I think that Gary's gonna be giving you about 1 place out, and it will come out this book. And it was approved in October of 2007. And for 7 more months, after the year of working on the comprehensive master plan, we worked 7 more months on this. So that's where it comes from. And I want to introduce Eric Burkhart, because Eric came to us through the historic commission, and he has helped with streetscape make it forward.
Council members, Mr. Mayor. Seems like just a few days ago, I was here speaking to you, I'll give you an update on streetscape. I'll try not to regurgitate too much information and take up too much of your time. But just a short little update on where we are, and for those that aren't familiar. Streetscape is about the revitalization, the beautification, and preservation of our historic district. And it is something that I know that everybody here is very, very sensitive about. It is designed to work in 4 phases. Phase 1, which is from Pecan and 4th to 3rd. Phase 2, from 3rd to 281, and so on. Each phase is broken down into 2 stages: design and construction. Where we are now is we've completed the design work for phase 1, and we are moving now on to the design work for phase 2. So we really are still at the beginning of this process. I would like to talk a bit about our architect, who's been with the project since its inception, since the beginning, Sue Ann Pemberton. Some of you know her here because she has always made herself very available. She is a professor at the University of Texas in San Antonio for town planning and urban design. She's published, and she is a national speaker on urban design issues. We are very lucky to have her. She's invested in this community. She lives just on the Comal County side of 281 outside of Blanco County. She's here frequently, and she comes to our meetings, which really means a lot. She has a good relationship with Roy. She is working with TechStop on the corner, the four-way stop, which is part of Streetscape. And she is always at our meetings. So again, when we get her on the cheap, she has yet to raise her prices since she's been working with this project. So we were very, very lucky. There are other reasons that I'm going to get into a bit later on why she's been so important in this project. Let's start off with fundraising, because that's where we are. We'd like to move on. You all are very familiar with our rack cards and our brochures, and you've probably seen the most recent postcard. Really amazing design work done by Katie, who's sitting over there. I know she didn't want me to point her out, but there she is. I purposely put this slide in there because the first rack card, this is what Streetscape is about. You see issues, you see areas of sidewalks and curbs that need to be addressed, and then you see a version of one of Suzanne's renderings of what the design is going to be. And I do hope all of you have gotten postcards, or at least most of you, because we did send them to every resident in 78606. And of course, the town square, all the businesses have brochures and rack cards. This is not just about public, this is not just about fundraising. The other issue there, public awareness, has really taken on a more important aspect because we've realized, because Streetscape has been around for some time, we have to control the narrative, because when you have a vacuum and things don't get moving, things move into that vacuum. And so you see things on social media that talk about Streetscape wants to put a Pizza Hut in the town square. Streetscape wants to invite big developers in, and it's unfortunate. It is the nature of the beast. I don't necessarily blame people here in the Hill Country for being a bit suspicious, because look what's happened to some of the other communities up there. But that's not what Streetscape is about, and why we continue to encourage anyone who has questions before maybe speaking out of lack of knowledge, just come to one of our committee meetings. The agendas are published, we're in the newspaper, it's not difficult to find out. We welcome, actually, community input is essential, absolutely essential for the success of this project. And fundraising, we've done really well with small amounts. And that's also a good thing because, I mean, certainly I'd like to say that we've gotten a lot of people giving a lot of money, but instead what we've gotten is a lot of people giving a little bit of money. That works for me because I know then that we are changing the narrative and bringing people on board who know that this is about preserving the historic characteristics of the Blanco town square and our community. This isn't about changing anything as it exists. It's about protecting. And the last thing I'll say is that if anybody here can imagine Red Martin being associated with wanting to bring in big chain businesses into the town square of Blanco, that doesn't make much sense to me. If we could move on to the next slide, Melissa. Part of our fundraising initiative, good idea, from a great idea from a friend of mine to get this started. We have our community challenge where we are encouraging businesses and the community at large and our local banks to donate to the project, because again, we aren't asking any money from the state. All of this is funding for Streetscape is from grants and from donation. And that is the intention from the beginning. This is not about the taxpayer. This is about donations. This is about doing work, some things that the city would have had to do eventually anyways on citizens' dime through donation. And that's how it is designed and that's how we are moving forward. Okay, you can move forward now. One. Thanks so much. Now I'll get back to Sue Ann Henderson. One of the issues that Streetscape is going to address, it's about sidewalks, it's about curbs, it's about parking, it's about landscaping, it's about compliance with the UDC. All of these things need to be consistent on the town square. And also, something which gets overlooked in a lot of small communities is compliance with the Americans with Disabilities Act. And recently there have been just a slew of lawsuits throughout Texas and across the country regarding non-compliance with the Americans with Disabilities Act. We have some businesses on the town square that have done a great job putting in their own ramps and trying to address that issue. But there is no consistency on the town square. And there are businesses and properties that are not in compliance. Sue Ann's designs bring us into compliance with the Americans with Disabilities Act on the town square. And I think that that is something that is very, very, very important from a potential litigation perspective for the city if somebody falls. And her design virtual renderings show different areas where we have uniform application of access for persons with mobility issues. Let's move on. You can see here on this virtual rendering, there's a woman with a wheelchair. They're moving towards, I believe that's the corner of 4th. That's in front of Siobhan and Trey's Pharmacy. And go on to the next picture. And you can look at here, there's a more close-up view of the curve. Now, these virtuals are important because we've had another set that has gone out that aren't as clear and accurate as these. You can see that we are determined to keep the historic, natural characteristics of the town square. There's nothing modern about this. There's nothing that I can see that anybody would find offensive unless they wanted to turn it into. You want to move to the next slide? Okay, there's the courthouse. And then the next one more. And by the way, landscaping, Streetscape is going to be working with Team Maker Beautiful for the landscaping because those are the people that really know the plants and the natural vegetation and flora and fauna that is important to our community. And the goal is to keep them as part of the team from this point forward, even after implementation, taking care of whatever is planned landscaping wise, as that has been done by the post office. And you can see again, the ramp designed there in front of Cranberries, the access. This is the kind of railing and ramp access that we need to have in places that don't have it now. Again, I want to give full credit to the businesses that have addressed this issue already. There are some that have, and I think that that's great. But you can also see the parking. We're going to be, updating and painting the parking and the curbs. Okay. An issue here before we get to you can leave it on this slide, Lauren. We are having a real challenge at this point involving some of the property business owners in the historic district. It's been very difficult to get them engaged and to be involved and to come to our meetings. And it's unfortunate because certainly this project has to be important to their bottom line and their businesses. Given that they would eventually have to make a financial outlay to fix things, and we're offering to do it ourselves and pay for it, and save them that money, and keep it consistent, and make it ADA compliant and UDC compliant, and take that headache off of them. I understand that because Streetscape has taken some time to really get off the ground, that there, maybe, this is just a number, something that's gonna happen and it's gonna go away, but that's not the case. It's not going away this summer. And it would behoove them to start learning more about where we are, where we stand. And so what we've decided to do as part of our community outreach, it's a subsection of our community outreach, is we're gonna start having mixers for the property and business owners in the historic district at Uptown Blanco. So we will invite them in, have some libations, and be able to sit and talk with them and answer their questions and concerns about things that can be directly impacting their property and their business. Another thing that we have planned in early December, we're going to have our first big event at Uptown Blanco. That date it's pretty solid, but it is subject to change because of things that might come up. And it's going to be a casino night, and we are really looking forward to this. We're hoping to pressure one of the city councilmen maybe to play it that night for free. We'll have to see how that goes. We can help Ryan and some ball. But we're really looking forward to this because it's going to be a great event. We are going to really hope to get support from the council with regards to how we collect our items for rent. It's a typical type of gala type of event. You know, the chamber and the courthouse and my church, St. Ferdinand's, has always done such a great job with our galas, and they have good items to raffle. We're going to need some donations for some raffle. You know, and this is the Hill Country, so guns are always welcome. Archery sets, drones, if anybody's got a game of stand needed. But that's major to be candy.
It is.
Yes, it is. I'm hoping we can revisit that again later, because we would really like to bring on involved in that to help us raise the items that we need for the raffle. Because it's all about what we've got for people who are going to go in and spend money. They're going to want to spend money and win those prizes. So, again, thank you all so much. Appreciate your time.
Thank you. All right. Next up is a report from the Historic Preservation Commission. Courier.
The scope of my presentation is actually twofold. One is that the commission's under a requirement under the PDC or present an annual report, and it's been 2 years since we've done a report. So it's actually the agenda with our written report of what has gone on in the last 2 years. It started with our reference to the last report we gave, the goals we set out there, and what goals we achieved. But tonight, if you want to read that, fine. If you want to ask questions on it, certainly take questions. But the purpose of this presentation is the mayor asked for a presentation from all the commissions dealing just what's happened in the last 6 months and what goals that the commission in question has. So that's what I'm presenting tonight. Well, the short answer to what have we done for us lately and what are your goals are not much, and we don't know yet. Because basically, this illustrates kind of what has happened in the last year and a half with the commission due to turnover in the commission. Some of it through resignation, some of it through promotions. Got one member here that used to be at everybody, took a better paying job as a councilman. And other members moving on to different endeavors, equally if not more. And we've got things such as that. We had a difficult time getting a quorum to conduct a lot of business. We've had 3 recent additions to the committee to bring us up to 6. And the city council was very kind to amend the EDC a few months ago to add a 7th position. With notable exception of one member, these are very good citizens, very decent people, eager to work. The one exception was a quota hire. We had to get a male member up there to avoid kind of sexual discrimination. And, the commission members are so strong, they elected the least qualified and, as the chair, so. Besides the commissioners, we also have, help through the historic preservation officer. Blanco is really blessed to have Rudy Eno as our preservation officer. Most towns our size don't have a preservation officer, but we're very fortunate to have Rudy. In a lot of ways, stepping the commission afloat during our difficult times, and he's very knowledgeable about not only preservation but the history of Blanco, and we're very fortunate to have. Also, we've got four very notable advisors on our board that are also a great help. But going back to the first part of the speech was what have we done last 6 months? It's kind of broken down into two things. One, administrative matters, and two, the fun stuff. Administrative matters, basically we're playing a lot of catch up. We had our CLG certificate of local government certification is due for renewal this year. Every 4 years we have to go through the recertification process, and so we're trying to get our minutes up to date, and paperwork. Also, those advisors under the BDC, their terms are only 2 years, and it had been years since they had been officially reappointed to their position. So we did that, and also training the new members. Each of the 3 members attended a workshop up here on Saturday by the Texas Historic Commission to school us on the CLG program, and also the new members have all taken additional courses, both in person and online, to learn more about historic preservation. So kind of speeding up, getting to speed, and their idiot chairman was completely in the dark about what he was supposed to do, and had to go through a private course of learning on that, and I'm extremely grateful for Gail Della and her guidance on how to do my job. So thank you for that. The fun stuff. The first thing was we were able to get a historic marker approved for the old town of Pittsburgh. The application was sent in on May. 2 months later, we got approval, which is remarkable that it got approved without any type of additional review or changes to the original application. The commission last time applied for a marker back in 2008 for Byersville, and it was rejected. The application, the commission, the Texas Historic Commission said, well, your application is fine, it's just we award so few here and here, and y'all didn't quite measure up. But due to the application, and a big thanks goes to Eric Burkhart, who prepared that application and really researched and expressed upon the DSC how important the old town of Pittsburgh is to Blanco.
Can you show the next slide, please?
And also Gellert Dawn and Rudy and Joe Down Hoss provided a great assistance in preparation of that. And St. Michael's and All Angels Episcopal Church graciously allowed the marker placed on their property. Now the marker has been ordered by the state, and they say that they've got a year to prepare, but once it does, we'll plan a ceremony for that. The second new fun thing that we did was kind of update and print the Discovery Historic Blanco pamphlet. This was a pamphlet that was produced by a commission, I guess, a couple of years ago, and they did a fabulous job with that. It's basically a pamphlet that gives a brief history of over 40 buildings, historic buildings in the downtown area. And then the map is reference to what that building is now. All 300 is, or uptown. And the initial printing of that was 500 copies. It was placed in the information kiosk in the old courthouse for visitors to pick up, and within 2 or 3 months, all 500 copies were gone. So we've updated the brochure and ordered another 1,000 to be printed. First goals, basically, kind of be in 3 areas. One is to increase the visibility of the commission.
We're looking at, talking, doing the, getting branding or logo, increase social media, and becoming more active in community events, get a better presence, get more enthusiasm in the community for the commission and for, Black Hills history. We're very fortunate that one of the team members, Ally Frankie, is a young person who's graduated college and knows all this technical stuff. She told me we do not need a MySpace page, but she's something that's social media outlets that we can expand to. We've already received a financial commitment for commission to have some canopy table chairs for use at outside events such as party days and other events. Yes, second thing, trying to make it fun, just not only for the public or for the commission too, but it's always been a goal of the commission to try to incorporate more history about the founders' heritages and culture, and also we've had some commissioners to incorporate more interactive presentations such as quilt making or other crafts in our history demonstrations. And I don't know if any of y'all have ever gone to the old Texas Folklife Festival. It used to be in San Antonio, but that's kind of our idea to have some kind of presentation like that. Another idea is to have a Discover Spooky Blanco pamphlet, much like a Discover Blanco pamphlet that we were talking about earlier. My kind of a collection of ghost stories, so historic showings. And so if you know anyone that has any good ghost stories, have them contact us. I've heard a few ghost stories about this building, and but I'll tell you right now. And also we need to kind of bring in the younger generation. I think we're looking at doing archive tests or kind of curriculums that local teachers can incorporate in their history lessons that will focus just on Blanco's history. And then the final area that we're looking at is trying to improve the efficiency of the commission. One thing is to make it easier for the new commissioners and chairs when they come in, and kind of a guidebook. This is what we've done, so that it's going to be inevitable that there'll be some turnover through the years. So to avoid losing time is, new people get educated to make that process better. Try to become less of a burden on city staff, especially since the staff is less in personnel than before. And then also, what I didn't mention before, one of the purposes of the convention is to approve certificate of appropriateness that of course the property owners for the district apply for when we want to make major renovations and construction of the building. And we want to make that process easier, more streamlined for the property owners. And that was also a problem with not having formal lifetime through COAs were delayed because the commission couldn't discuss and sidewalk. Also, we would have I benefit from if anyone on the city council will want to be our official liaison. We're untouched. And also, if y'all know any people that might be interested in being on the commission, please encourage them to submit the application. And we need more folks. We've got one open position, there maybe one or two more coming up in the future. And we've had a good history of good people serving. We don't want to see that to happen again. That's my first question. Any questions?
Thank you. Thank you, Gary. Okay. Next up, quarterly hot funds report. Let me able. How about that?
Good evening, council, Mr. Mayor. So I was mistaken. I was assuming that this was the annual request for the fiscal year 24-25 hot fund. So I'm basically going to show you everything that I was working on put together, and we'll just go from there. So I started back at the very beginning. You go on to that next slide. So like I usually do, I'm just kind of showing you what you did. You got it in your packet in black and white, because color ink is expensive. So here it is in color. We start off in October at the start of your fiscal year with the Texas Highways events calendar. It's the ad that went in, you can do kind of quick this one. The Texas Highway ad that accompanies it, that's Texas Highways Magazine. We did a banner ad. This was digital on texashighways.com. As you can tell, it switches pictures as it goes. Again in October. We printed new rack cards too. We changed our, we used to have the tagline was just to Hill Country Drive Away, and we changed it to Small Town Big Texas. And updated the rack cards to indicate some changes in our event dates and add some new events. Moving into February, we did another ad. We did ads in February and did another banner ad in February because that's a slow time of year for tourism in March. January tends to be slow as well. People aren't spending a lot of money because it's after Christmas, but we picked February. Moving on, more in this road, not quite so quick one. Sorry. So you may remember, for those of you that don't know, we have a page on an online called TourTexas.com. TourTexas is part of the AGR Media umbrella. AGR Media are the people that run Texas Highways, Texas Travel Guide, TexasHighways.com, Texas Highways Events Calendar. They also work very closely with the state of Texas to produce those items that go out to all of the visitor centers, CBBs all over the state of Texas. When you're in Arkansas and there's an ad for Texas, that's coming out of this media group out of the state of Texas. So this is our page on TourTexas.com. I'm sorry, if you go back one more time, I promise it was the last time. You'll see on the right-hand side these more info. The 5 things from the bottom are items that we pay for annually, but those of you items, they're called native Texan campaigns. This last one that we did, I think we spoke about the last time we were here, is 5 best flourishing art attractions in Blanco, Texas. So someone clicks on that link, it takes them to an article. We featured our art galleries, and we also focused on a little external art, which was their Nosky Farm. Clickable links, SEO-rich content, and lots of photos. Okay, now we can go. Good. What we love about Tour Texas is, well, many things, but mainly because we get really great analytics out of them. So it's easy to go in and put in a date range. This one was just from October to December of last year. It tells you how many people visited the site, how many click-throughs you had to bookings. We have an online version of a visitor's guide that people can download directly, which saves us a lot of money. We used to put all that stuff in an envelope and mail it ages ago, 10 years ago. So it gives you an economic impact of these requests. And so it's nice. You can go into any data range and see exactly what was happening on this page. I haven't been able to figure out how to change this banner picture, but it's still working. We'll do that this year. Okay, next one. So, and I showed you all this last year, or the last quarterly report. So we did some native and social campaigns via TexasHighways.com. Put a little bit more money into that digital. Again, what's great about that is you get really great analytics. Back for the report from October, the next couple of pages, we went into a little more in depth the last time. It tells us what our click-through rate is, how much money we spent per click. And as you can see in the packets that you have, I understand it's very fine print. It tells you that we're performing above benchmark standards. And our online searches, Blanco showing up when somebody puts in Hill Country or Texas, we're actually showing up in some of those organic searches above specific big name towns, Austin, San Antonio, we're talking at, which is great. So the photos that we chose, the items that we chose to feature were performing really well. And you can dig into those a little bit more. Okay, next one. It gives us where our top performing cities or where our most interested cities where our visitors are coming from, who's looking at us, which is helpful for other forms of marketing. Next one. And these are the 3 items that we feature. These are our best performing pages, and it gives us those click-through rates, which is important to know. Obviously, you can see stay was at 10.22%, very high over benchmark. Okay, next one. So now we're getting into the new year. Part of that HR meeting group I already mentioned is the Texas Travel Guide. It's the fulfillment piece for the state of Texas. So this travel guide goes into every CBD, every tourism center, chamber of commerce, all of the tourism destinations along the highway when you're entering and leaving Texas. It's also the piece that gets sent to people when they're from Oklahoma or Mississippi or wherever that sees that ad and says, "Want to visit Texas? Click here." This is the piece that they're getting. We've had an ad in the Texas Travel Guide for, 12, 13 years now. So it comes with a little bit that you can see. This is the ad on the left, blown up a little bit bigger. And our piece, they give you just a little bit to talk about yourself, who we are, where we are, how do you find us, how do you find out more information about us. And if you guys want to see one of those in person, so you need one, you can come get one from us. They come out once a year, and we're able to order more throughout the year as it goes. And we've already done the ad. They already asked what will be going into next year's Texas Travel Guide. Okay. We did another banner ad. For some reason, I couldn't get this one to jump like the other one did, but the same thing. It's a scrolling picture and shows up on the side of the TexasHighways.com website when people are looking at it, and it's targeted towards people that express interest in this area or in the whole country. That's also in February again. And this was an Road Trips e-newsletter digital version. This little gal in the river performs so well, and all of the stuff that comes back. So incidentally, I'll mention that all the pictures that you see in last year's and in this year's ads, this is from two separate photo shoots we did 3 years ago now. So in our budget request for next year, we need new content photos. These are great, but we've been using them. Now we have a little bit better idea of what types of pictures perform really well. So we can go after those types of photos because these digital ads, especially, they need high-res images, and we want to make sure we're putting forth the absolute best ones that we can. Texas Highways events calendar spring with that great eclipse we had. Next one. We do June, obviously. That's a big time around here. Featuring the state park there. Excuse me, this is February. State park couples types of things. And we have some more analytics on the next slide from the next social and promotional native campaign that we did. Next one, Warren. Still performing really well. This is going into May. But you can look through all those pages. I gave you all the pages. This is just a summary here on these. May and June, they run for 6 weeks at a time. And again, we get great analytics on where people are coming from, who's asking about us, how old they are, what sex they are, how much money they make, where did they go. Next one. So now we're getting into the fall, what we're doing now. This is the Texas Highways events calendar that's on newsstands now, so to speak. And those event calendars, like the travel guide and those other pieces of fulfillment information, are going to all the chambers, visitor centers, all across the state of Texas. Next one. So I gave you on this next slide, there we go. I redid the search on Tour Texas, like I was talking about, you can put those dates in. This is from last October 1st, to the start of the fiscal year, to the day I printed this out on the 7th. So it's really, really nice, and we can see the impact that advertising is making. So this is, well, now it's recording. Okay, so a couple of things to mention before I get into this. To toot my horn, if you will, a little bit, next month it will be 13 years for me in the Chamber of Commerce. And when I came to the chamber was already handling or had been handling the hot funds. It ended the contract changed. Not that I got there. But for 11 out of the last 13 years, there were 2 years when we didn't do it, walked away from it. The chamber's been doing this stuff. So Over those years, I've been able to develop really good relationships with the folks that we advertise with. And we've developed our different websites. Chamber, not only in addition to the Chamber's website, we keep up the Visit Blanco, Texas website, Visit Blanco, Texas Facebook page and Instagram page, which is critical, obviously, for bringing tourism in. We also, of course, have the Mandela Texas Marigold Festival pages, Blanco Lavender Festival pages, Get Park pages. So there's a lot of stuff going on over there on the wall. And the wrap cards mailing out, the things mailing out to the other chambers of commerce and visitor centers, the tourism centers across Texas that ask us to send the things. So we're busy. This is my proposed budget for next year in its entirety. The second page here is the media for the same group, HR Media, that we're talking about. Or all those pictures that we just looked through. And I just want to draw your attention to that far right-hand column. One reason why, because it aligns with your fiscal year, one reason why we come and we ask for money at this time of year is because we start talking to HR Media in July. And we write those, we sign those contracts, which luckily we can get out of it if we have to in August. But when we do that, we get really good rates. The more you advertise, the better discount you get. You get early bird discounts. So we're getting even more bang for our buck by planning ahead. Where that comes in not so handy sometimes is you'll see the materials deadlines on these issues are sometimes a lot earlier than folks get the information in town. So we're going to try to be better about that next year, letting everybody know this is when we're advertising. This is when we need to know your information. So if you're planning an event, especially if you're going to ask for hot fund money for it, let's really plan ahead so we can push it out to this comprehensive advertising. Incidentally, we do not are not using any hot funds for the promotion or production of Blanco Lavender Festival. That stopped about 10 years ago. And we have not used any hot fund money yet for the production of Marigold Festival. So we do include those items in our comprehensive advertising because we know where most things are happening, but we'd like to include some other events, art show, whatever. So back to that, if you go back up to that budget, and I'll just run through this really quickly because you've got the information in front of you and there's a couple of things I want to point out. You see the line item there for the updated photo shoot. We are going to work with somebody local. Most hopefully, we'd like to get a little drone footage out of the deal too. And then we also, from the previous folks that were running that hot fun tour program, have a really nice camera. What needs to happen with that camera is we need a really good strap. It doesn't have a good strap, and they notice to take it out, and it's going to fall and drop it. So with a professional photographer getting some shots, and then just doing a lot better, taking that camera everywhere we go, getting the shots that we know we want on a day-to-day basis, life, an event in town that you don't have. Sometimes that great thing's not happening when the photographer's standing there. So I'm going to get to this placer AI thing in just a minute, but we do pay for Visit Blanco to be hosted and for an annual update. Third-party distributions, that money is set aside for people that ask us for money for an event. Christensen Gallery, we got 2 this year. Real El Brewing Company has received 1. Blanco Performing Arts. The Night Sky gets a separate heading because the Texas State Legislature passed Blanco County's ability to use hot fund money towards the preservation of our night sky and tourism. That's in there. I do have some funds in here because I'd like to put a little bit more money towards Marigold Festival this year, get some things that will bring in some more people, most especially. And as a side note, because Marigold Festival this year will be held in its entirety at Get Park, not on the square. Something happened over there. They booked a wedding on the same weekend. And so I think it turns out to be a little serendipitous. We hold the deed to Get Park. You don't have to pay anybody to use Get Park. It's young, it's a new festival, and hopefully one of these days it might be as big as Blanco Lavender Festival. We don't want that here twice a year. At least our community doesn't. Some of our town square people, businesses might, but as a town, I think that's a lot. So we have the ability to grow. There's a lot of parking. Everything's in place. It's just going to take a little bit more advertising so that people know it's over there instead of right here. We pay annually for the membership for our largest lodging establishments inside the city limits to be members of the Texas Hotel and Lodging Association. What that gives them is another, web internet presence for their place of business where people can book and find out information about how to stay there. It also comes with legal assistance for that lodging establishment should they need it. And that's the annual total. And we're part of the Texas Hill Country Trail Passport Program. That's a little book. People come to the courthouse and get a stamp, and get a prize. So popping back up really quick, I know it's a long night, so I'll hurry. On this Placer AI annual fee, some of you in council might have heard a little bit about this from murmurings around. I know Dana's talked more about it, and I don't know who else knows about it. Normally, when I get phone calls from people trying to pitch me something, I say, we don't have that kind of money, and I hang the phone up. For some reason, I took this guy's call, fast forward to sitting through a couple of demonstrations. So there's a company called Placer AI, and they are a location analytics company. They're using AI information that's already available on our cell phones, as scary as it is, just like TechStock giving us those numbers of who's going where off of cell phone usage. This company utilizes the same information. Where it comes into play for us, and most especially talking about all this TechStock business, is we are able to log into a dashboard in real time whenever we want it, and I can look at this building and tell you exactly how many people walked in and out of this building annually. Mind you, it's limited to the people who have those location services available on their phone. So then there's another little bit of an algorithm that you can use to capture those people like me who turn that stuff off on their phone. But where it's going to be really, really helpful for us to see where are people coming from? Who are those people? How old are they? What sex are they? Are they married? Do they have kids? How much money do they make? Pregnant, understood, but the data's already there, so we might as well capture it. So for us in terms of, so for us in terms of tourism, it lets us know how people are coming into town, so we know where to put our signs. How many people are going to the Redbud after they leave the festival? I know they need to know about that. All of our businesses, we get traffic information, visitor information. The city we can actually anticipate what our sales tax revenue or hot funds might be in the coming year. So it's a little chunk of money right there. It's $11,500, but the information that we can get to all of our business members, to council, to everybody in this community, we think is invaluable. So we went through several rounds of watching it, different people, different demonstrations, went through a preliminary demonstration with me and a little training session, and got on the dashboard. It's incredible information. So I think it will benefit every single one of us. So that's why that's in there. Any questions of me, comments, suggestions? I will have you. I promise.
So Libby, can we talk a little bit about the request? Because what we did was we just did the update. I think what didn't miss in the council is that what we're going to be asking for in this year's budget, which will be adopted at the end of September, September 27th, is 154,237. So let's remind the council that normally what we've done in the past is we've done $90,000 plus whatever they want. If you know, whatever the requests come later. So I think last year about 115 was what we gave them. But I do want to say that in the hot fund, which is different than the enterprise and different than the general fund, we have about $210,000, something like that. And we're about ready to give them their full allotment in October. So we probably have about an extra 140 or so. So as you're looking at this, we have the money. The city has the money in hot funds to fulfill their request. What you want, but you'll need direct staff on what you're looking at. Thank you.
I will add one more note. Last year, we wrote a budget, because it changes a little bit, whoever's sitting on council, how we've done this in the 11 years that I've been doing it. So I wrote a budget out for $124,000. We got 90. So we had a little bit of a shortfall this last quarter. We haven't paid the chamber for their administration. Last quarter, we haven't paid the courthouse for the visitor center. And we have some ads that are due that we had to borrow money out of Yet Park, which which is ironic, to pay those ads. So I hope that when September 27th comes, or if you have any questions before then, that we get that handled then, because we went ahead and signed the contract. We have commitments and we have those that are into, and we like to keep making relationships with people and pay them. So, like I said, in the meantime, if any of you have any questions, if you want to come by and visit with me and ask me more questions or give us suggestions, you know where to find me. I'm always open. Anything else? No?
Thank you. All right. And one more, request for hot funds for Christmas lights.
All right, good evening, Mayor, good evening, council. I'm trying to run through this pretty quickly for you guys. So over the past 5 years, I've gotten extremely involved in our community, and it's been a big issue, not just for me, for a lot of people I've spoken with, kind of seeing the way our Christmas lights are compared to other communities around us. I get very frustrated watching people drive through our town, drive to Johnson City or some other places. I don't know if y'all spend much time in other beautiful hill country towns that have a square that have great lights that brings a ton of people in. What we had started doing last January, trying to decide what can we do to reimagine the project that we do as a community on the courthouse grounds. Just in all honesty, last year they put the lights up, they were about 8 feet high. I went and bought 100 strand of lights, grabbed the ladder and went up and put those in. Brought it up to like 10, and I realized real quick I couldn't really make much of a difference. The good news is we do have a decent amount of hot funds sitting there. This would be a project that would qualify, and I think it would be something that would not only be great for our community and for our children, but great for tourism and certainly qualify for the hot fund side. What we're looking at is kind of a multifaceted issue. The first thing is the courthouse needs a full electrical upgrade before we can do anything. And with that being said, I finally got with a couple different electricians, and finally today about 4 o'clock got a final bid for $25,297. As far as installation and taking down the lights, Sean Cole has committed to donating his time and his crew to putting that up. The only thing that they would request charging for is cutting the inside of the trees up a little bit to get some gift in there and grooming the trees more appropriately anyways. That'd be $1,800. And then the actual lights themselves for 70,000 feet, which comes up to 210,000 lights, would be $15,000. Total of $42,000 for the whole project. Most all of this would be first year heavy. That would all go away as we move forward into the next year. So I was going to bring up some pictures. One thing I didn't want to do was overpromise and underdeliver. I am not an expert in this. This is not what I do day to day. I just somehow ended up being the one stepping up to try to figure out how to get this done for our town. This is also our first year. Sean Cole's company's never done this before. He's confident that he can get the light figured out. But certainly volunteer my time. I'm sure there's some other citizens that volunteer to help if needed. But I think this would be a great thing that puts us on the map during some of the slowest times of the year for us. I mean, notoriously, November, December, January, February, that's kind of our kind of slower time, minus the 1 week around Christmas and New Year's. But I think it would be something that the people that live here would truly enjoy being able to go out and see something exciting. I know myself and a lot of others drive up to Johnson City to go see big Christmas lights, and it drives me crazy kind of to leave the town that I love to go see something that I want to see when we have the ability to do that. So my request to y'all is from the extra amount of money that we do have sitting there, even after the chamber gets their hot funds, we'd still be able to afford this. And I think it'd be a good project for me.
I have one question. How involved is the courthouse board?
They have been involved in all meetings. From the beginning, it's been the courthouse board, city staff, and some council members, the chamber, all communicating as the city would be the ones approving the project. The chamber is the one that handles the hot funds from a distribution standpoint, and the courthouse would be the property owner to have this all done. So they've been side by side with me on
They
everything.
did some free trimming in the last year, several of those trees.
I think it's important to have them involved in what they do.
Yes, and they're all very aware of that. They've gotten some of the big trees done, which would need very minimal work, but there's still a lot of the trees that are actually bordering on 281 and 4th Street that would need the internals cut up some and groom some more appropriate structure. And the way that a professional company would do it on any of our property, if they came over, is basically what we're looking at doing, just making it so somebody can get up inside of it, string lights.
Maybe, not just streetscape and maybe the office about,
Okay, but
lights or with trees or.
I just thought it was very, very nice in terms of the portion of dealing with the trees, having one of the few professionals in our town willing to do it.
Oh,
And
absolutely.
then also the donation of time is
Absolutely.
invaluable. I mean, I talked to some companies about having this done and the cost was huge. And so having somebody local willing to help us out with this seems to me to be a very fair addition to the group.
Greg, you said it was about $25,000 electrical upgrade?
Correct.
Was that having a new service put in just for those lights or?
So basically what has been happening every year when we go to turn on the lights, they all turn on at different times and about half of them don't work. So then we're going over tripping breakers and refreshing the trips on the actual boxes themselves. What we're talking about doing is getting the boxes that are on the ground moved up so they don't get full of water, because that's one of the biggest things that's shorting them out. And then running underground lines to basically each tree so we can get the lights away from being shorted out by the water so that the lights actually work. And so one of the things that we're talking about doing is having one switch that's on a timer in the office. In the past, it's all been on light sensor timers. And so one tree might get a little more light than another. And so you get one tree up, then another, then another. And 10 minutes later, you might get one more. You might get 3 trees that don't even turn on. And so what we're trying to fix is the biggest problem of we do our Christmas lighting where at 6 o'clock we turn on all the lights. But for the past 5 years I've been here, they never all turn on at once. It's you turn on and about 30 of them turn on and we're running around fixing 3 of them, and then you realize 2 of the trees don't even work. So then actually we're taking lights down, going buying more lights, we're putting those up. And it's just got to a point where it's just not something that I think is professional enough to try to really make our town highlight it as a great holiday destination.
So you won't be liable for the extra $250,000 lights they'll be running on the electric bill. Yeah, just making sure.
The courthouse will be responsible for the
All right.
Sure. That will be LED and the cost of the electric is not going to be, I was not expected.
Thank you. All right, moving on. Staff presentations. Mr. Heskey, you're up.
Thank you, Mayor, Council. Before I even start the presentation, I'm going to focus more on financial and kind of budget. I want to mention something. I don't usually look at social media and comment, but I know there's been a lot of interest in how we decided to go about the pothole filling. As you know, that we spent $35,000 to get Daryl Wagner to lead us, and probably about 75%. But I do want to mention, because there's been a lot of concern, people say we haven't gotten to certain streets, and we're going to try to get to most of the streets. I do want to let you know that starting at the speed from Fulcher all the way to 13th, it is a lot of those side streets. And then what we did after that was we moved over to the other side of town and kind of started near the cemetery and started working our way, and we got to different locations. What I will say is that a lot of this was about the economy of scale, trying to make sure they got to most of those items, and just rest assured they haven't gotten to your neighborhood. We'll try to, but there was no favoritism or anything like that as far as where we decided to. It was based on what the need was and the complaints that I speak to citizens. So that's mainly on. I was looking at this with Damon and kind of gone back and forth to make sure that we're trying to get most of those locations. So I want to talk a little bit about the 2025 budget. I know there's been a lot of issues going through it, and I first of all just want to explain a little bit about the process. So the process is that the council will adopt the 2025 tax rate and the budget on September 27th, and that's about the last day that we can do it as per state law. There's 4 budget meetings, and I'll let you know that there's budget surplus on both the enterprise and general funds. Those surpluses are about $48,000 in the general fund and $121,000 in the enterprise fund. So council did a great job really going through this and trying to make sure that we're having a future for our future. So budget process, the way I set it up with our finance director, we try to have council have an opportunity to go through each budget item line by line. This was going to be a tough year because the truth is this is the first year that COVID funds were not utilized, thereby lowering overall revenues. If you remember, I think we got $257,000 the first year, and then last year we got $257,000. So we did it with that less revenue, and that's important. Through this process, we identified 3 positions that were not to be funded to help make the budget work. So a finance clerk was not funded, and 2 police officers were not funded. Cuts and efficiencies were found. Those were just things that had to be done as part of the process. So I want to talk a little bit about.
One other question.
Sorry, sure.
Go back one. Wanted to clarify, how many of those police positions were never filled to begin with? I know at least one of them was.
One of them had never been ever filled. They were able to do that. So there's a miscommunication. I want to talk a little bit about the budget numbers. So first of all, I want to explain, and I don't know if that's been explained very well, that ad valorem taxes, which are basically your property taxes, consist of both the maintenance and operations, which helps fund the general fund, and interest and sinking, which is basically debt service. And those are actually calculated together. The third workshop, staff incorrectly provided the numbers that showed that all ad valorem taxes would decrease this year. And so what should have been accounted for, what should have shown was that, and I'll explain that a little bit later, that with the additional debt we've taken on, the INF was going to be higher, and actually council did lower them. So numbers are not accurately accounted for, and with the INS accurately to reflect the city was taking on $3.4 million debt from the Texas Water Development Board. It's a loan at about 2.8 to 2.9%. That will basically, we'll get back to that. INS is going to go up 6.9 cents. With the M&O, which is a maintenance operation, which is the general fund, actually going down 2.4 cents. So the council actually did cut that portion of the tax, and I want that to be really clear to everybody listening. City expenses were decreased to meet the decreased M&O. We just talked about the 3 positions, and there were a bunch of other cuts that the council made that were needed. City council worked with the intention of cutting taxes, and incorrect preliminary numbers and the increase in the debt service nullify those efforts, which is unfortunate. So what I want to talk about here is people hear about debt and they're like, well, why would you bring on debt? We're bringing on debt to actually fix something. I want to talk about that. So with not putting in the numbers correctly at the time, these were, of course, preliminary numbers. That is what made it appear that we were cutting taxes, but the council is actually cutting the M&O, not the INS. So what were the things that were being done here? Budget posted for 30 days before the adoption with the corrected numbers included. Increased ad valorem to support the needed projects. So what are these needed projects? Texas Water Development Board provided a $512,000 loan forgiveness, which is basically a grant with over $1 million of savings for the lower interest rate, which is about 2.8 or 2.9. Right now, we would qualify for about 4.4%. There are 3 water lines that are actually included in this PIF package from the Water Board, and these are set up in 2021 when we actually submitted the first time. And that's the Cielo line, the 9th Street water line, and the possibly Palomino line. We actually have it in the package. We may look at trying to fix that separately and then move that money around a little bit. But that is actually the 3 water lines that are in this PIF package. The additional monies that may be needed with the COs would be about $462,000 to finish up the water. I also want to mention to you, I also want to kind of talk about a little bit about some of the positives that are coming out of the budget process. One of them is that they're looking at this and working with Infomart. They have actually agreed to provide, and I'll happen later on in this meeting, provide an additional employee free of charge to work on road repair, trimming, and maintenance. And they will actually pick up on anything that doesn't get done in this round of road repair. So, moving forward, one of the things we need to look at is we need to look at growing economic base to be able to afford infrastructure upgrades and to eventually fill positions that were not funded this year. Not saying it'll be this year or next year, just saying at some point, those 3 positions that were not funded will have to be funded via our growing community. Expansion to the ETJ is hampered by being capped out in our sales tax. One of the things that we're looking at annexing people, when people want to come in to annex, the only thing we really get from them is the ad valorem tax, because the ESD number 2 is a penny sales tax, and the library has a half penny, so that basically caps us out. So we're only gaining the 1.5 pennies inside the city. Out in the county, we would not be getting that in ETJ. So
to
that's,
clarify on that, there were, what's available is 1.5 cents
yes, sir.
per dollar of sales tax.
Correct.
Per dollar expenditure. And so the ESD gets a full cent,
Yes.
and the library takes another half cent. So as Blanco goes, we get 0 sales tax from any growth.
Is it currently exists? Yes. If we were to, let's say someone were to voluntarily annex, and right now, we would not get any of the sales tax, only the ad valorem from that.
Unless and until there's an election in the future, the citizens can talk about that we want to leave Blanco with 0 sales tax growth.
That's right. We need to look at infill and voluntary annexations that feature and provide better service to the public. When the council starts working on the comp plan process, which I'm hoping to get the grant for that as well. And we're talking a little bit about tonight. That will be something to look at infill and voluntary annexations. And then later on, we'll be hearing about the capital improvement. We need to look at grants, and the thing that's coming up after we got the HR Green municipal. After we got the HR Green municipal review of our infrastructure, we'll need to start looking at impact for revenue, because that's what we'll need to do to start growing and actually increasing our infrastructure. So that's my, I'm going to get a question to staff this time. That is my presentation.
Thank you very much. Moving on to data finance director monthly.
Last meeting we had, the previous one, she just went through the reports. It would be my preference to do monthly, so I kind of got to update, so I did line it almost together, so we could look at them. July is, which we're showing our year-to-date revenues over expenses, that we still have $205,000 that we have in the black, which we are still 600,000. That's what a lot of payroll expenses and stuff that we're still not using, so we will be way under budget in the general fund. When we got to the enterprise fund, we are way over, which we already knew we were, and we will be checking our budget yet. Take that, to equal all that out. When we go to the INS fund, it is, for the creation, the August, once we get to August, you'll see that that will change. It is, just mainly revenues as we're running through July. The municipal court fund is That's pretty standard. This is a restricted fund. There's a portion of the revenues from tickets and stuff that go into this fund for the security and technology. And on the hotel motel, it has been pretty standard. We haven't had any really houses. It's just very early on this year. If you jump to the August, we are still not quite near our budget. It's at 595,000. We still have 220,000 left to use. On the enterprise fund, we well over $1 million. We paid debt. All of our debt obligations will be August 15th, coming from water, sewer, and INS. So this is where you'll see those significant changes. The overages that we had for wastewater and water this year will, that's what the commission balance, we have for those. The INS, you see again that the current expense was significant, with $688,000 for the expenses. So that's money that we had from the payroll, from the warrant taxes for the INS. So we had that money there, showing that we still have 52,000 left. Municipal court, that's a restricted fund, very standard. And hotel motel pretty much stayed about the same. We did pay out, keeping the one motor vehicle, requested their funds for this last year. It was around $2,500. That kind of completes the revenue portion, the revenue expense portion of the financials. We don't have any questions about that. Yes.
I do. So in August,
Yes.
for the general fund, I know we're black right now, but looking at September, I mean, is it projecting to still end in the black? Or we got
Yes,
red?
other than the majority of the expenses that we have coming up, it's just mainly our payroll expenses. Most of the bills that come in, we will still have those that trickle in that are falling in this fiscal year, even if we get some, it's accrual, so anything in October we get that was this fiscal year, we will back out to this fiscal year. We will probably be pretty close to even, yes, so we will not have it, we will not have it huge. I don't expect to get that.
Okay, that's good. Yeah, that was good.
Yes, sir.
Pretty behind
Yeah.
compared to budget on
Yeah.
revenue, so it's still a little over on expenses. And then the negative 1 million is correct on the enterprise.
So fast, it doesn't sound like.
It's a lot. Any other questions on the financials? And then we go into, I have reports that we are supposed to review every year, making necessary changes, and I don't have personal policies, accounting policies, and investment policy. I've kind of conveyed the strike throughs and updates to some things that I think that need to be updated on it. Just mainly seeing the strike for eliminating finance admin position and updating dates and a few of the other things that I saw procedural. I had the tax person going to they make their adjustments for these as well. So if there's anything else y'all need to do, we will bring it back with any changes that y'all want to do and just approve them. It's not it's just
You want to comment to that, or you
if you would
already?
like, you're more than welcome to. That's up to y'all.
A couple of quick comments. I'm happy to come sit down in your office and go through in detail on some of these, but, let me get more points. Worth mentioning here on the page 73 and appendix C, it talks about reviewing, to see some costs reviewed annually. It has a thing about long-term vendors. We review those every 5 years. I think that should be annually.
Let's say it's 5 years. Good, updated all those.
Yeah, that should be reviewed annually. I think even some of the, more often than annual, it's even just some general subscriptions. I know I called your attention to the phone service. I would see a little high, $700 a month. And I think if that's
for hardware, it may be worth that monthly, but $500 a month for voicemail. Communications, or that's all it is. That's just, I just bring that as an example of something that could be regular. It's over $8,000 a year, just voicemail services. Like I said, that also includes the phone hardware, it may be. But, I like keeping vendors honest and reviewing that once or twice a year, and they can make sure they're ahead. So we can go on that outside of this meeting. But, also on, in the purchasing section on page 96, there's a title. It talks about purchase between 3,000 and 5,000, and it has 50,000 instead of 5,000. So there's just a typo on that. Page 96, section 2. On the purchases of the purchase policy from 1,000 to 5,000, or 5,000, but mentioned 50,000.
Oh, okay.
I think maybe 3 to 5,000 is 3 to 50,000. So, and other than that, just, I think the main takeaway is managing these expenses. Oh, and on the vendor payment process, we talked about this verbally, but I'd like to state in the policy that it takes 2 approvals before a check is signed. Maybe the department manager and city administrator or something. You have 2 sets of eyeballs to approve vendor invoices before a check is done.
On the IPS, is that, who drafted that? Was that the advisor of the investment policy segment?
This was one that Sasha had, most everybody has an investment policy when you take the FIA training. It is just part of, they have standard verbiage that they give you that you put in there, and you do make the adjustment verbiage for your city.
Okay, so it was just us making those adjustments and not reviewing. Okay. I would recommend that the city's financial advisor also.
Anybody else? I think we got this, that's just in time, that's a lot of pain.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah, I just wanted that much.
Thank you so
You're
much.
welcome. Thanks, Rob.
Chief. You're up.
Well, before I get into this, I'd like to address the question that I talked about. You said one of those 2 positions had never been correct. No, all those positions have been filled. It was the filled position from last year that Scott Rubin gave up that had never been filled. So I did have those filled. So, as you can see, my number has changed.
I like your format.
I wanted to be more transparent, more clear. And, frankly, I want to give y'all more to chew on. Department news, I had 2 officers complete their training process. And so we are already 24 hours a day, 7 days a week right now. And, we're holding it down, but, community events, we got, of course, next weekend, Saturday. Okay, and, with us returning to school, we've stepped up our traffic enforcement. Matter of fact, we're, 139.6% on traffic. Citations have gone up 295.8%, and warnings have gone up 77%. That's because of the school districts. You know, we've been working closely with UPS. Mayor, Mr. Cody had sent me an email that he had sent to him about sending a letter to UPS. I had been in contact with them, so I just had to send it. I had to include it. Thank you. Our calls have also gone back up. You know, that we're getting stacked back up. We are at 6 officers, including myself, the lieutenant,
And, she's currently going through some training, or she just completed her training. She got her firearm instructors and her kickoff instructor license. On a more positive, there are a couple of areas that are not filled in yet, but that's because we don't have the data yet. Since this is a new report and I'm going to something that's a little bit more reliable for numbers, we have to wait till that time progresses before we have that data to compare it to from the previous month. We also broke it down so that y'all can see the difference between citations issued, which means fines, and warnings. We want to give y'all a little bit more clarity on what a traffic stop results in. Even though we have one traffic stop, that one traffic stop might result in 6 citations. 2 for the driver, 1 for a passenger, and 1 for, a couple others for another passenger. So the number of stops does not always equal the number of citations. That's just never going to be the case. That's also the case when you respond to a call, and at the call, someone ends up receiving a citation. That's not important as a traffic stop. So do y'all have any questions? It's great. Sorry, I went from 1 page to 8, but no, it's just in time for the tablets.
One quick question though, did you say that your calls for service went up, of course? And you attributed that to having more police officers now?
Yes, sir. It gives us the ability to respond to more.
I wasn't sure if you're saying more calls are coming in because you had more police officers.
No, we were able to respond to more calls and cover more calls.
I just wanted to.
Yeah, and along the graph on there on the calls, what's the legend? What are the 3 different lines? What are they?
Oh, the red is all calls combined with traffic stops. The blue is, just calls for service. And then the green line, well, we don't have it. The green line down at the bottom just represents the number of officers we had for that comment.
Okay.
So you can see that there's a comparison between the traffic stops, actual calls. I want to give y'all something visual.
It's the right number?
Okay.
Number.
Good job. Good job.
Thank you so much. Okay. Moving on to the consent agenda, there are actually 5 sets of minutes.
I wasn't here for 420. So, with the reflected in there, but I have a lot of those on that stuff.
Okay.
It's okay. It's okay. But you.
I mean, so that's reflected correctly.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just didn't want to.
Yeah, for sure. Any other issues?
On that same one, there's a couple extras there with some of the numbers.
Okay. Okay, get those tomorrow. I'll make that, I'll entertain a motion. I'll consider it.
All of you to approve the consent.
Okay, your second. I'll second. Okay. All right, thank you so much. Moving on, I'm going to rearrange the agenda. Last month, there were people that showed up to hear about TPAC, and it was at the very end of the agenda, and I didn't realize they were waiting for that. I apologize to them for making them wait. I'm going to go ahead and move that up at the top. That is under old business number 3. We've spent some time analyzing, talking about, figuring out the path forward with the committee. A month ago, asked Dennis Jr. to serve as chairman. By default, all
Number, I got it here.
are members of the committee. He has accepted that, and
Dial it in, I'll read it out to you.
Work together on a pre-coin agenda for the committee, and he's got some plans for us. Dennis?
Yeah, so Well, first I want to thank the TPAC, all the current members and all the work they've done. and everybody who's applied to it. With the TPAC being an ad hoc committee, which again, and this is all up for approval by council, right? So with it being an ad hoc committee, I'd actually like to take advantage of that flexibility and increase the number. So I have reviewed all the applications, great group of applications, very diverse backgrounds, a lot of expertise. And I would actually recommend that we invite all 10 of the candidates who applied to join the TPAC, which are the 5 existing TPAC members, as well as the 5 new candidates that applied for it. So, and then of course there's a lot of work to be done, a lot of things to do and build on the work that's already been done. And I've got some ideas on how to handle that logistically and manage the work, which I'll review with the committee at the appropriate time, assuming council approves of moving this direction.
So effectively, you just want to prove everybody that apply.
Definitely. Yeah,
Can we
I
put the
can,
names in the record?
absolutely. Yeah. So so Ken Welch, Libby Alley, Brendan Carlson, Jonelle Haas, Wendy Cambridge, Robin Dallenbach, Lowell Choate, Grady Keelings, Scott Rubin, and Daniel King are the 10 members I'm recommending for the TPAC going forward.
I have a question.
Oh, yeah, go ahead.
Why are you increasing it? I don't know. What's the purpose of increasing it to 10?
So we, Mary, you want to talk about the 3 initiatives? So what's been discussed is expanding what the TPAC is focusing on. Of course, the 281 bypass is a big one, but there's also evaluating and analyzing parking within the city, and then also kind of in conjunction with the expansion of the bypass, some of the annexation discussions. And so there's a lot of work coming up, a lot of important work. And so, and I was looking at the applications and I felt everybody could contribute in one of those 3 areas. And so I wanted people are willing to serve and jump in and do it. I wanted to be inclusive and collaborate and move forward together.
And you're managing it?
If approved, yeah.
Okay, one person has to manage it, right?
That's correct. Yeah, so it's what's being recommended is that I would become the chair.
Anybody have any questions?
I thank you for starting up and doing all that. I really appreciate it. We usually don't have council members as chairs of communities, so I don't know if you have any thought on that. I mean, I know we can, but we just generally haven't done that.
So that was one of my questions too. When I was asked to do it, that was one of the questions I did before and saying yes, because that isn't normal. But after talking with the mayor and talking with Mr. Tuggy, I felt comfortable with doing that, stepping into that if the council wants.
I guess how do you view that versus being the liaison?
I have one comment on that, and it has happened in the past, certainly in previous councils for ad hoc advisory committees only. They just make recommendations. And I think that specifically, I was going to propose at the same meeting that I'm the chairman of the Comprehensive Master Plan Committee. I was asking that ahead of time, and we set on the council when we did the first Comprehensive Master Plan in 2004. It makes sense to me, and a lot of cities do that, have council chairing the advisory committees. They don't take any actions. Another flexible thing about the larger membership is it avoids quorum issues because they're not required to follow necessarily the Texas Open Meeting Act and quorum laws, and they can take no action. They can only come back to council with recommendations. So it's not unusual. And I've worked with Tim on this over the last months as we're trying to develop this Comprehensive Master Plan Committee as well. So we mirror a similar approach with maybe a larger and more diverse input of committee members. And now I would say that said, I don't think it's required necessarily that the council member be chairman. It would be an option to move forward.
I guess I have 2 more comments. I think to me, TPAC transportation advisory committee was always about more than their lead route. That was just the one thing that they started on. So I think then taking on other topics makes sense. I think that will naturally happen as new things happen. I want to take a step back and talk about what spurred this whole restructure. I've been very pleased with the TPAC committee. And so I don't really know why we're doing this exercise, and I wanted to hear from you guys what your specific concerns with the committee as of now.
Thanks. First of all, I think the work that they've done with the historical stuff, I think is great. It's gonna be a database and a resource that will last for generations, I hope. Fantastic work. As an ad hoc committee, it's here to evolving as the situation evolves. And so, like you said, several issues are popping up, one of them being parking, which is about to be a very big issue. And another being, we have now on good authority that there will be an exit at 165, and we need to look at what that means for us. I know three of the towns I'm familiar with. The middle one is the one that gets used the most. If that becomes the new gateway for Blanco, we need to look at what does the statistics show on that? What does that mean for us if that becomes the way people are introduced to Blanco? And so looking at those things, it's a little bit. It's affiliated with the bypass, but it's more than that. So just, redirecting to things that are a little more urgent right now. As far as the makeup of it, if you recall, it's Tim and Warren who both strongly advised that we do that we rejigger the leadership.
I don't remember that.
Yeah.
Only like that.
You can ask it.
Well, I was there. Okay, I just new issues coming to town. I don't, in my opinion, it's not a reason to. Like, I don't know why we would have redone the whole raise those new issues come up.
Anybody else?
I like the idea of adding some members to it because serving on both Historic Preservation Commission and the Streets Committee and being chair of both of them before I've done city council. The one thing I've ran into and seen very common is our committees just simply don't have the volunteer base to accomplish a lot of times the amount of things they need to accomplish. Not saying that TPAC committee was not, but I never see a problem with adding additional qualified people to help our community with problems and issues that we have moving forward. So I definitely don't see that as a negative. I don't understand why anybody else.
Can I ask a question?
You may ask a question, yes.
As I understand it, Mr. Welch was approached with the idea of having his committee make a recommendation of where the bypass should go. And he and his committee refused to do that. And now I'm hearing tonight that Mr. Moore says the bypass will be on this particular committee's agenda. So does that mean this committee, this new committee, will in fact now make a recommendation as to where it should go?
Not necessarily, no. And thank you for clarifying that. I meant that as continuing the work that the TPAC has already been doing in the studies of bypass, no build, whatever that may be. So yeah, so that's one of the areas continuing on in addition to the other couple of items that I just.
So there will not be a recommendation made by this new committee as to where it should
No
go?
decision's been made on whether or not there will be a recommendation.
Well, there's an existing recommendation, but that was by a previous administration. I understand.
They did not specify a route. They did not specify a route.
It didn't specify a route, it just specified it should go out of town,
It should be.
out of the ETJ.
Thank you. I'll entertain a motion.
I think the number of people on it and the talent that was demonstrated is wonderful. And you will always have people drop off of a committee for one reason or another. And so if you have some a backup, that's great. I think Kenneth and the committee has done an exemplary job, and no one can say that meeting at at Buggy Barn wasn't wonderful. I was walking back to my vehicle and everyone was saying how informative, how glad they were they showed up, how glad they were that you put it on. So thank you for that.
Yes. Adding more people is fantastic, the more the merrier. I absolutely agree with that. The idea that there's new stuff coming down the pipe, I think if you look on the website right now, there's other tasks already listed on there. The TPAC needs to be on it. You didn't mention, if traffic flow changes through town, you may want to look at all of your street standards. Right now, you live by the Austin street criteria, which is ridiculous. They're talking about boulevards that are divided with 3 lanes going each way, and it's crazy. That all needs to be done. The notion that parking suddenly going to be a problem, I guess you know something I don't know. I must, yeah. And I've not been told by text that there is going to be an exit at 165, and I'm not sure where you got that, but that's not where they're at in the process. They may think it's going to be there, but I don't think they made that determination. So I'm all supportive of making the committee stronger. You clearly can have the whole city council can sit on the committee, the whole, have the city council person be the chair. The reason that originally it was formed, the people that are involved particularly did not want city council person, was because there was such a bias that appeared to be present on from the previous council as to what route should be taken. And we wanted to give facts, we wanted to deal with real data and leave that decision if there was ever going to be a council didn't want to be led to that end prior to us having all the facts. At any rate, size, make it as big as possible. Thank you. Okay, any more questions?
I guess I think you make a good point. Well, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but it does make the committee less neutral and think to have a council member as the chair versus.
I second that.
He's a volunteer. He's volunteer.
I was just thinking about all our other committees, there's a chair and there's a council liaison, and I'm not seeing a good reason why we would defer on that for this.
All right. Any more?
I thought about the liaison myself. That seemed to instead that.
Just take off radio on co-chairs.
I'll entertain a motion now.
All of course, let's stay.
Okay. So, before us is to approve the slate of applicants.
I'll make a motion that we approve the slate of applicants for the committee. And I think, and I've already stated my comment that the council could be the chair, so I think it's also possible that the larger committee have that chair as well.
So the motion is to approve the slate candidates as presented.
Yes, I'll have a motion to approve the slate of candidates as presented. Just leave it at
I
that.
want to nail down the chair thing. Go through it, so. I'm fine with putting him on as the chair.
I agree.
Anybody else disagree with
Oh,
that?
well,
I'd like to amend that to motion.
Okay. The motion includes that.
Yeah.
Is there a second?
I second that.
Okay, so the motion is to approve the slate of candidates with Dennis Moore Jr. as the chair.
Why not do a democratic process, like you said?
Excuse me, sir, you're out of order.
Okay, sorry.
Um,
Thank you, Mike.
All in favor? All opposed? And all cast the vote, typewriter vote in favor, motion passes. Thank you very much.
Yeah, if this
All
chair,
right, moving on, new business
Yeah,
number
he passed
one. This is.
Huh?
Of the tie.
Special use permit regarding sidewalk 603 Elm Street.
between Kenneth and who?
Who's given
Oh, do I see an item?
Yeah, I don't know if the staff oftentimes will give a little-
I see the presentation
don't know.
first, and then you can recognize the person.
Yeah, make it easier, let them do the heavy lifting.
I think Dennis.
It's coming, it's sort of takes a little.
You want to
You're
answer
mi-
questions? Yeah.
You're not muted. Your phone is not muted.
So, I didn't mention, thank you, Mayor, Council, new business items number 1 and number 3, when you look at in your packet, at press time, planning commission had not yet met, we met on Thursday, due to some issues, we had changed the time, so, you won't have to have a recommendation, but I'll provide you a recommendation from the So this request from the developer, or variance not to include sidewalks. Chapter 7.2 of the UDC requires that all the developers have sidewalks. I'm going to show you what the project looks like. And this is located 7th Street, 6th Street, Elm and Hackberry. This is a survey.
That's, that block is catty corner from the Lutheran church, right?
That's correct.
It's right across from Trish Automotive there.
On the Lutheran Church of the right here. And this is specifically, there'll be 8 homes in the R3 district. This is a fantastic location to put 8 homes. And the project itself is a brilliant project. One of the things I wanted to kind of point out to you, here's their project. This is 7th Street. And the yellow indicates where there is a sidewalk that goes past ball fields and goes all the way to the middle school. And that was all part of that safe routes to school. So originally, when we were looking at this, staff had recommended really that 2 locations have sidewalks and 2 were not as necessary. I'm going to talk a little bit about. So, okay, let's talk about variances. Let's talk about whether they meet certain hardships or not. But I mentioned before at this place in the P&Z that variances are very subjective. It's about whether there's hardship and whether you as the council believe there's a hardship or not to do that. And so, one of the reasons why we look at where there should be sidewalks, you actually have looked at Elm Street, 7th Street. 7th is a big street. It's at least 20 feet wide, and Elm Street is the same. Elm Street down here, I think it's maybe another block, actually has sidewalks because there's Uptown Blanco and 7th Street, I guess just showed you across the street, have sidewalks. Now there's a theory that a lot of planners have and a lot of communities have that you have to start somewhere. So what you don't want to have is you don't want to have a sidewalk that stops in the middle, the middle, and then there's all this kind of where the sidewalk decays and things like that. The thing here is with one full block, it doesn't do that. Sidewalk would continue. The other hardship with a variance for a sidewalk sometimes is that there's a natural ditch. So for example, if you look at Los Altos, there are 3 sides that are required to have sidewalks. If you notice the green line does not, that's because there's a big natural ditch there. Fortunately or unfortunately, there are no real large natural ditches. I mean, if you drive it, there's a little bit of something, but there's not much, and they put the sidewalks in. So 6th Street's small, Hackberry's kind of small, little 15-foot wide streets. The others are at least 20. But then I'm going to talk to you a little bit about the P&Z recommendation for the denied variance. And the reason for that is, like I said, we have to start somewhere. And then there was also an idea of connectivity. And so if you look at different parts of town that have, and there's not a lot of parts of town that have it, but there is a little bit of connectivity here. So that is where P&Z kind of came down on, and that's why recommendation from P and Z was to deny the variance, as stated. And then, we have questions to staff, or we want to look, talk to the, go ahead.
Mr. and Mrs. Larson?
Yes, I'm Katie Larson. My husband, John. Do you mind just scrolling down a little bit more for me? So Lauren has dealt with a lot of emails from me. After we bought this property, we decided to develop it, and we're also the general contractors. And just my background is I was a elementary school librarian. So I'm learning as I go, but this is exciting and it's a great opportunity, and your town is beautiful. I loved hearing everybody talk tonight about your plans. But go back to where you're showing the sidewalk on 7th Street, Lauren.
Yeah, sure.
So you were talking about connectivity, but if you see where our property is, there are no sidewalks connecting to our property. So asking us to build the sidewalk around all 4 sides just makes no sense, because where are they going to walk to? And really, if this is a requirement for new development, where would new development occur on any of these properties around our property where the city would require like current owners to build sidewalks? Right? So like these properties right here are already owned by everybody, and then we have the church up here. So if this is a new development requirement, that means none of them are gonna be required to build sidewalks, and it would just be our little singular. They're calling it a subdivision. We're not calling it a subdivision because we're planning to build 8 homes and sell them off. And just in like specifically 6th Street is where we'll be like adding depression to the ditch for our water runoff. So that's going to be like the detention pond, so to speak. Hackberry already has an issue. If you look at like our survey, the city's already encroaching on our property a little bit as is. So building the sidewalk, I mean, there's no easement there. Yeah. 7th Street will have no houses built there. There will be no driveways coming out to 7th Street. So we weren't even planning to like take the tree line down that is there, because it will provide privacy to the homes, the sides of those 2 homes that we want to build. The only one I didn't have a great argument for was Elm Street. But what I was going to ask, because I was reading through your like unified development, is that I noticed that there is a code in there under 9A752E that says that the city secretary can grant permission to install walkways with other suitable material, because it would serve the residents of the development, and the walkways would be more in keeping with the overall design of the development. And one of our issues, and one of the things Warren has been having to deal with me on, was impervious cover. Because we are adding so many houses to this less than 2 acre tract of land, hopefully, when it gets subdivided. But with our like current civil plans, the draft of them, we're at 14.42% impervious cover, and that already includes gravel driveways and 3 of the houses having water collection on them. So if we were asked to add these concrete sidewalks, like that's just going to add to this impervious cover, and it's not really sure what that will do for our development plans. So my request would be for Elm Street, at least, if I could narrow it down to Elm Street, would be to put a gravel driveway in that would match like our plans for the rest of the houses, which is gravel driveways. Or crushed granite.
With the border.
And then the other thing, Warren, one of the things that he kind of pounded in my head, because we talked a lot, was, and this is why you had said the P&Z denied me, because of cost. Economic hardship. Right. So like the whole we actually met the guy out there today and got like rough estimates, like what if we did have to build these sidewalks, like what are we talking about? And that's a pretty significant cost that we would then have to like push down to the owner, the buyer. So like they would have to incur the cost of those. And that's just making it harder and harder to make these new homes affordable, which Ray had stated it was important to the city to have some new affordable houses built So affordable housing, that's why I added that in there because of our conversation. There are no other sidewalks for it to meet up with. I gave my reasons for each one, and then the aesthetics of this, we're building gravel driveways. And if we are forced to do this or asked to do this or not allowed, the variance is denied, could we do gravel sidewalks? Did you want to add anything?
Well, also, how does that look with, fresh granite driveways, and then you have a sidewalk coming through, and then you have your approach to the driveway, you have the slope of the approach, and then what do? I mean, you slope the fresh granite, or you run the sidewalk, walk all the way through, and angle, you were forced to do an approach there as well. It just kind of kills the aesthetic of the whole community.
He does have a builder's background, by the way. We're not.
I have a question. You said we may have gotten some pricing. What is it for side?
So I've looked around town. I got pricing at $9 a square foot. And we're at 1,100 square feet. So we're around $49K for that. Now, that's not the problem. What I'm guessing what the city's gonna ask next is for us to build a curb too, because there's no street curb. So how do you build a sidewalk without a curb, right?
And that's a completely.
And so a curb, that is the
Unless
cost.
it came in a little bit.
Yes, so that becomes $42 a linear foot.
Let me ask the commissioner, 'cause I don't think there would be a requirement for that. For curb?
No, you're not gonna put, well, a couple different things, and first of all, so I'm gonna back this up, we're talking about just the variance. What has not been submitted by their engineer are the actual plans, so you're asking easy and now council to make decisions based on just the variance, not on actual plans or plat, okay? Having said that, you could do a roll curve, and I'm sure some developers that right now will shake his head, you do roll curve, different things like that you do. But that isn't, I hate to say it, that isn't my problem. The problem right now is this a variance that you want to approve? And originally when staff looked at it, we looked at having to have two sidewalks, one on Seventh, because the larger street, one on Elm, and then the other two streets are so small, we didn't think it's necessary. However, your P and Z at 7. So, I would say the development side of it is a different issue. I get that's all part of the discussion, but I don't have the plans that are on track. So this is just there.
I do have a question. You talked about affordable housing. What on the plans, what square footage of these houses and what's the price point you're aiming for?
We're trying to keep it with the market around Waco below 300K. Or 300 square foot.
300 square foot. How big are the houses going to be?
1,500 square feet.
So $450,000 houses.
Impossible.
I don't know if that's affordable housing mandate.
But we're trying to get there.
So I have you. So the reason this rule triggered for you is because you're subdividing, is that correct? It's one lot and you're changing it into, is it which one lot right now?
Well, it's according to like y'all's codes, it looks like any new division are required, this is a requirement that just, I think it's a recent one
Or they adopt the city of Boston,
We have an issue in walkability, within our comprehensive master plan, committee that tries to further walkability in Blanco. I wanted to talk about the impervious cover, but sidewalks would be built in the city right of way, so I don't think you should have to calculate that into your impervious cover calculation.
Well, the city has encroached on our property, so there's no public easement at all.
On all four sides and on one side?
Yeah,
So
on one side.
that is one thing I want to look at, because you're saying a road gravel goes right up to the property line?
It goes
That's
past
true.
us.
Okay.
Is that accurate?
Hackberry.
It's like a third world.
Yes.
I drove around the whole thing yesterday.
They're not, yeah, we're not picking on just you.
How would gravel, how would that all make requirements?
You talk about gravel.
Yeah.
Granite sidewalk.
Cause I know that's hard for sometimes if you have like a stroller or a wheelchair.
I am not an engineering specialist, probably something to look at cost, probably some kind of asphalt, pathway, but I don't know if you don't want to be a crushed land or anything like that. I don't think that's what. Yes, it's unqualified, but I wasn't worried about construction, I was just worried about the variance.
So, excuse me, how many square feet did you say there was? Yeah, like,
We got
1,500 square feet?
For the one story, and then there's a 2-story.
No, I'm sorry, for the sidewalk.
Oh, 1,100, I can give you the exact number. It has 1,100. Okay, that's, yeah, that's the linear feet, 4,408 square feet.
Okay.
I had to do linear feet for the curve part of it.
One,
It's about $5,000 per house if there's 8 houses.
one comment I'd like to make, and kind of follow up on what Councilman Swenson said, is walkability is important in the community, and I think that, I suspect that's where the P and Z was coming, we got to start somewhere. But to your point of, it being the only development, these other people may not have to do it. I guess the downside to that is they may have to do it at their own expense. It's possible if the city would, for example, if there was a sidewalk on 7th Street, it makes sense to me. And another issue I had is it's so close to the core of the town center that should be walkable. I could see how 7th Street on your side could go from 281 and then at some point switch to the other side of the line. And then we have to walk the route from 281 to the street. And I know that's a big push from the citizens. It's part of our original master plan. It became kind of a dusty book on the shelf, and now we're trying to revive that. So I don't think the community is walking away from wanting more walking in town. Now that's, this is not any judgment of what you're trying to do. I really appreciate what you're trying to do. And I drove around there yesterday. I think it would be fantastic. But that, I think the walkability is big. I don't see how, well, since I'm already going on and on, I might as well continue this. Hackberry is the challenge for a sidewalk between the space, and you're not the only one who has the surveys or encroaching on your neighbors on one side and encroaching on the city on the other side. That's happening all over town.
So council member, something that Tim just mentioned, but first of all, when they do a plat, there's a profit, if there's streets that are undersized as far as right away, when they plat it, we're gonna request that the street widen. So one of the things that council could look at is, number one, we're gonna require street widening anyway, probably on haven't looked at it yet, but probably on 6 and probably on Hackberry. Having said that, you could condition a variance if you so please, on 1 or 2 streets that they not only dedicate that right of way, but have an easement for a sidewalk. So if we do something like that, I'm not saying you want to approve a variance, I'm just saying that there is something you could probably make sure that if you did grant a variance for certain streets, that is understood that right of way will be requested for sidewalks and the street widening. Just not it.
So on 6th Street, Warren stated that there's no significant ditch. There is a ditch right now. We're planning on widening it for the detention pond. And so that sidewalk would have to be way up.
Yeah, I saw that ditch when I was.
And there's a culvert already there in place.
And you'd have to cut down all the trees on 7th Street.
Yes, sir.
And there's the sidewalk that goes most of the way down 7th Street on the north side of the street.
There's nothing like intermediate.
Well, if you get a little bit west of y'all, there's a nice sidewalk.
It's a big one.
Yeah. So,
Yeah, Elm Street, absolutely, 7th Street, amazing, but I mean,
There's another half block, a block south of y'all that could be developed that would be, they would require
on
sidewalks.
7th.
On Elm.
yeah, south.
South.
3/4 of a block. Okay, so what's?
Can I make a comment? I've walked past y'all's place, at least 2 or 3 times a week. I go to the library and I walk up the seat and get over right there. And I've also pushed the stroller down, dirt roads on the ranch. They contacted Gucci. It's easy. I personally would not mind walking Gucci. I think it looked beautiful. I think it's
on the same street as the state park.
I think it helps you collect more water into your soil. The sidewalk.
Definitely helps with the purpose.
The impervious cover. I'm worried that not everyone can use that type of a sidewalk. Walking, ability issues.
But they do build them in parks and other places, so I would assume.
For recreational, but it's just gonna be state right away for the transportation. So if it's compacted, you can. My own mom was like, damn near 100 years old when she died. She'd do circles around our Gucci driveway and walk. Well, like I know my father could get mobility issues and he should walk on a concrete sidewalk and he can't walk on the ground.
So
Yeah, that's the
we have a possible action in front of us, which is this variance. That's, we're not, this is engineering. Right. It's, we can do up and down or some modification of that. Sure. What do y'all think?
A few more things to comment on. How about you sit down and read it? I'm gonna get on the council and administrator here. First thing, do you know when the zoning got changed on this property? Was that 2020, like the rest of everything else? What is it, R3 now?
It's R3 now, I don't know what it's actually.
Okay. We're running into a lot of funny issues here that I can see. One of them is this entire part of town, when it was first designed, was designed to have 4 individual landowners. We're going to 8 individual landowners per parcel. That was changed under the close of COVID, which was, there's some other issues, I won't get into the zoning issue. Another thing is UBC, Bobby, you were involved in over here on UBC. This particular item here, was that something that was in the original cut and paste job from the UBC when we brought it in, or is the sidewalk issue something that was added in by Blanco City Council?
Can't tell you that. We know that in just history for maybe you don't know, the original EDC came from Buda. We realized after about 9 months that it was difficult to just lay that on Blanco because it wasn't appropriate. And we, at that time, PZ said, "Let's get this out and we will clean this up by variance." So variance is not an evil word here. It's needed on some of that, but I do not know the history of
the sidewalk.
The sidewalk. I can't answer. I can't answer.
The other thing I wanted to run into is most towns, and if this town were to be surveyed properly, which it wasn't, we know that. Sidewalks would all be in the city easement, would they not?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And in most cities, they have sidewalks and have them everywhere, which not a single homeowner has to pay for any of that. And really the city pays for all of that because, well, it's out in the right of way and it's our issue to deal with.
Well, the developer would actually pay for actually building the sidewalk.
Yeah. Well, okay, we'll leave that. But I do think that we've run into an instance where our UBC doesn't match other towns. I understand the walkability, what we're aiming for. Of course, we'd like to have sidewalks all the way through the city. I also see increased cost of it, sure makes it difficult to build a home that anybody can afford to even buy in this town. Unfortunately, we've got a lot of people that are fleeing this town because they can't afford to live here anymore. So, I don't know. Looking at this, I love sidewalks, but there's a lot of things we have to do without in this town because we simply don't have the money for it. And because we weren't able to provide that in other places, but now all of a sudden we want it, it's a little hard to just put it on folks who unfortunately want to come along and do it. Here 50 years ago to build a house that didn't require sidewalks. I don't know. I'm torn on this, so I don't know what I want to say my recommendation is on it, but I think that as a city and as UDC, we've got some serious issues here where we're requiring things from people and developers that are causing hardship on them. I mean, like one of these things where we've taken a piece of property that's meant to be divided into 4 pieces and we're gonna allow them to go 8 because our zoning has changed. But yeah, places out like where I live, I've got 5 acres. I can't even begin to put that type of density on my property, which I would love to break down how many houses per acre. Can't. So I'm seeing a lot of balance rules upon our citizens here. I don't know. I would like to see something come a little bit more even across the board for everybody. That the price of what this costs, yes, it costs of the sidewalks will have to be passed to the homeowners and but homeowners aren't going to be able to afford all that. I think we're putting hardship on a developer here that's really uncalled for. Even though our plan of our city would like to have sidewalks, so I don't see us having any new development in the city if we continue to require things like that.
So you're in favor of the variance?
I'm in favor of that. Why not?
There was some discussion about a partial variance for just Sixth Street and Hackberry. In the event that we did that and moved towards walkability on Elm Street and Seventh Street, would there be a future, if you talk about road widening in the future, I'm just not sure how that would impact the plans. If sidewalks would never happen on Hackberry and Sixth, or would that be a city expense in the future, and would that encroach on their land further? Can you comment on that if we did a partial?
Yes, so one of the reasons I'm going to back up a little bit. One of the reasons why the Larsons wanted to ask for variance is they wanted to see how this would be when they had to plat it and when they started new design. So it's very expensive to design a subdivision with eight homes and expensive to have a plat. They wanted to know if this was viable or whatever. That's one type of developer did ask for variance first. Having said that, when the plat happens, we would look at what the right of way is. And I know what the survey says, but I don't know if it really is. And we have to look at all that. The plat will show that. There may or may not be widening that's required at that time. The answer to the question, if you don't ask for it now, then it'll be on the city to find some kind of pathway. So the answer is, if it's 6 and a half area, it's really small anyway. So if you're not asking for it, you're probably not going to get it. That's the answer. Not saying that.
I tend to agree with these folks here that Sixth Street has kind of a bar ditch type of look at it. So some future sidewalk on Sixth Street could easily go on the south side of that.
Sixth Street is going to be a little more technical because there is a ditch of, again, always ways to make things work, but there would be some topography issues. Hackberry is really small, this tiny.
Yeah, it's barely 15 feet wide.
Yes.
So planning and zoning accounted for all of this, right?
They did, they talked about it, and the chairs here, if you want to ask them why they didn't make that decision, but their thoughts were we have to start somewhere, and they wanted to see walkability around that block.
And that's not define any of that as a hardship.
They
So
did not consider that moment to be hardship. That's their word, not mine. So that's what they felt.
Can I ask about the timing one more time? Because you're mentioning that this right away might have to be widened at some point. Did you mention that?
I did mention it, although they are saying here it's 55.5, and they're saying here it's 55.5, so that is,
Just off the side.
that's indeed true, then maybe they won't need to widen, I don't know. There's no plat, so if there's a plat, I'd be able to tell.
So I mean, when we get the plat, can we revisit it? We have more details about all that, we can revisit.
Yeah, so they'll come to council, it's one of the formal. So they'll come back to the P and Z and council, so you could revisit the widening issue at that point. But whatever decision you make on the variance now, that's the decision you make on the variance now, they have a year. If you give them any kind of variance, they have a year to plat it.
So if we deny it tonight, and then when we get the plat, we can see more specifics and then work on specific trees at that time.
So if you deny it tonight, and you decide to come back with a plat and a variance again, and they could do that. The only problem is the variance of things like $815. It's just expense to ask for a variance again. And, all the effort of sending all the notifications and stuff. So my suggestion is that the council make a decision tonight anyway.
Let me ask you a silly question. Okay, we are gonna be replacing the water and sewer lines one of these days. And then we're going to be repaving. Now, is that going to affect that sidewalk? Are we gonna have to tear up their new sidewalk
The water lines?
and repave the streets properly?
Eventually, but we're not doing that anytime soon. I mean, I'm just saying.
There you go, our sidewalks are
Don't tell me that.
Because the Texas Water Development Board at the 9th Street CLO, but right now, I mean, 7th and all these could be years from now.
I know.
Okay.
Sections, okay,
Yes.
could that happen? I mean, could we be tearing up their sidewalk?
Absolutely.
That's what I wanted. I'm sorry, I didn't want to tear up the sidewalk.
Thank
And if we tore up the sidewalk, we would be responsible for putting it back.
That's
in-
right.
in- Right, otherwise they would
Yes.
sue the city if we didn't. Right?
One will be on city property, city owned. Can we hear from the community commissioners over here?
Sure.
What questions you got?
I just wanted to mention that one of the things that the PNZ brought up that I thought was a concern was safety with 8 new homes and 8 driveways and people parking on the street, that the sidewalk would give a safety aspect to that community.
What streets do people park on? They can park on the side of any street where there's right of way on the side.
You haven't been to the Lightning Festival, have you?
I haven't been in a couple of years. They didn't park on this property.
But with houses there, you can see they have parties, they have guests and all that. So you're saying with sidewalks, there's no longer parking?
I'm saying that in a congested area with a lot of people, kids, bicycles, whatever's going on in that community with 8 driveways and cars parked on the street, that a sidewalk would be helpful in a community like that.
Okay.
I doubt anybody's parking on the 6th Street sidewalk.
Yeah, it's
because
pretty
it's
close.
We're gonna, this is new business number 1, we're gonna be here for 2. And want to freely give you a full hearing and all that, but I think we've got the request in front of us, and I think we can see where people are. When you were in favor of the variance, please make that a motion to see where the chips fall.
I'd like to make a motion to deny the variance. There's been a history of walkability in Clinton since I believe the 90s. And it's in our comprehensive master plan. We have a full committee dedicated to improving walkability, so for that reason, I think we should deny the variance.
Is there a second?
PNC,
Okay. Motion and a second to deny the variance. All in favor of denying the variance, raise your hand. All right. Okay, all. So just Ward 1, Ryan voted against. Okay, thank you. New business number 2, moving on. This is short-term rental permit, 20 Mesquite Street.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Mayor and council, short-term rental permit application, you have that on your. I think they used to be there.
It was for forever.
Yeah, forever, for about 3 years it has not been. So, it does actually meet all, there's nothing on that block. If you look at the 10%, there's nothing on that block, that is not owner occupied. So, as we went through this, I think there's a kind of explanation of what it looks like. It does meet all the requirements of an STR and meets our well, not usually our STR ordinance. So, and then, Lori, I didn't know if you kind of reviewed it, and then our requirements are, there are no issues part of that. So,
It met all the requirements. The owner, yes, it was a short-term rental. Like I think pre-COVID and before the city passed the ordinance in 22, it was a short-term rental. And then I think there was an illness in the family and they stopped doing the short-term rentals with COVID and everything. And now they want to take it back.
recommendation.
Okay. Any questions? There's a motion. Is there a second? Is to approve the short-term rental permit. All in favor? Unanimous? Okay, good. Thank you. That's the way I like it.
Yes.
Okay, item number 3. This is La Domaine Riviere Block subdivision.
Thank you, Mayor, Council. This took a little bit longer to get through, so I'm gonna go ahead and start with what this. We saw this at quick plan. It's called Blanco River Ranch, and it was there was a variance attached to it. A variance to allow main point of access to be in the 100-year floodplain, and the reason at the time that we've seen all the reason why that was allowed was because even State Highway 165, even 165, portion is in 100-year floodplain, so it would have been much more difficult to gauge that as a floodplain. So that was allowed, but there was also, if you remember, they were using a portion of Sunset Ridge as a secondary or an emergency access. There was also indications, requests that an all-weather road be established at Hyman Lane as well. So this is the Blanco River Ranch, that includes the 600 acres. So the final, and there are 2 parts of the final. The final is a final plat, but with that final plat, we had requested that the drainage plan be approved for that project. So let me see if we can go and show you what they're doing. I'm gonna go ahead and flip this. Okay, so this is the overall. What they did, we'll go through this. What they did was they took out the commercial area. They did not include that in the final plat. They also took out the ranch up here, and they took out the additional future residential. So, okay. So they included the dedication of the road, which I believe is now called. Find it. They dedicated this road, and there's just some minor issues. Just they needed particular access denied until it's platted, and they did I believe 63 lots. So they did not include the commercial, they did not include the future plat. So I'm going to go ahead and show you that. So, and then the other thing they did, was very minor, is if you take a look at these lots here, they now take access to this road. Before they were flipped, and they actually took access to this road here, and then there was a little cul-de-sac here. So if you go back and forth and you look at the different concepts and the final plat, it's not really a very big deal. So, just a couple things here. There was the concept plan approved in, I believe, October 23, with the variance to allow that main road right of way. There is, they flipped these lots, and they're platting about 2/3 of the original Wendell River plat. And now calling it Ludlow Lane, Riviera Block. So, okay. So I'm gonna go back to, and I'm going back and forth here. That's the application. It's a final plat of 382.99 acres of land, including 63 single-family lots and all of the right-of-way. This final plat along the main Riviera came from the concept plan for the Ranch, approved in 2023. This final plat includes the right-of-way. So, Planning Commission, P&Z, approved the plat, subject to, and they recommend approval, subject to, that the drainage plans that were submitted, be approved before we met today. I'm going to talk a little bit about that. A couple months ago, I met with Jay Palmer, and his engineer, Michael Malone, explained that they should try to submit the plans about a month ahead of time. They did that. And then about a week and a half ago, about a week ago, they got comments a couple weeks ago, and they've been working on it. We met with them a week and a half ago, went through everything, and essentially what's happened is their engineer Dunway worked very hard to try to get the plans completed as per the request of our engineer Arvera. But at this point, even though there's been several back and forth, I'm sure Mr. Palmer will explain that part of it, they have not been able to fulfill all of the requests of our engineer. So there were about 20 or so comments before, and then they resubmitted last week. They got, and then today we found out there's still about 10 items still left. My suggestion is going to be that later this week we sit down with their engineer and our engineer, and if there are things that there may be some disagreements, but I'll go ahead and look at this and say, hey, some of these things aren't necessary or some aren't critical to move to the later time. But right now, the plans aren't approved. So, having said that, you have two things that you can do as a council. You can not approve this plat and just table it until the plans have been fully approved, or you can approve the plans, to approve the plat, subject to the plans eventually those plan requirements being approved. It is usually, I prefer that the plans be approved at the time of final plat. That's generally how we do this. But of course, council can do whatever they like. But right now, the plans have not been approved. P&Z approved the plat subject to the plans being approved, and they are right now not approved. I'll let you know that there will be a council meeting on the 27th, so that is a possibility. So if you have questions for staff, me or the attorney.
I'd like to supplement, P&Z acted on this, plat request on Thursday. By statute, the city governing body has 30 days to accept, reject, or accept with conditions. If you take no action, then at the end of 30 days by statute, the plat request is automatically denied. Whereupon the applicant has legal recourse to go to court and seek a court order to order you to approve it if there's not good reason for that action. So I concur with Warren's basic choices you have here in my mind, because you have 30 days from last Thursday.
I don't recommend that you do nothing and let the denial happen. I recommend you do something.
Putting it to the 27th.
Well, either approve it subject to conditions, with Warren being delegated to make final decision on those items. Get the engineers in one room, and he makes the final call. Or table it, not deny it, table it. But with the understanding that you're gonna take it up within 30 days. And you have a meeting set right now for September 27th.
So if Mr. Palmer got everything done before the 27th, we can address it on the 27th.
But I think
right?
we could.
You could, the answer is yes, if I'm sure Mr. Palmer doesn't have a problem.
Okay.
Madam Speaker. Thank you, council members. Jay Palmer, property owner, taxpayer in the city, in the ETJ. Quite some time ago, we contacted Warren and we said, can you give us the drop dead dates to be submitting our information with enough time that would allow our bureau to review and get the comments back to us, give us time to adjust and get them back to our bureau. And those dates were provided so that we could make a planning and zoning, which was set for the 9th and now moved back to the 5th, and the council meeting the 9th and the 10th. And we had the initial comments brought back to us, our bureau's comments, and my engineers from Austin, prominent engineers, they do a lot of work in Austin and surrounding Hill Country area. They had a little pushback because they felt like these requirements, while they needed to ultimately be done, are part of the work that's done for construction drawings and not for plat approval. Because when the construction drawings are completed, they would be submitted to the city and the city would have to permit it before we can start construction. So with that, I think you can probably understand, I lost that battle. So we brought our engineers together with our bureau and they sat down and they worked out the issues that they had. My engineers worked tirelessly trying to take care of all 12 issues. And we wanted those resubmitted by planning and zoning last Thursday. So at 5:20 on Thursday before the P&Z meeting, our initial issues were reviewed and we've got 12 more issues. We're going, oh my gosh, what? So I told planning and zoning members, I'll get those issues resolved. But we just got them 40 minutes ago. So they voted to approve us with the understanding that the council would make the ultimate decision, which is what we're here tonight. So we took those new issues, 18 of them last Thursday, and we worked through the weekend. My engineers worked overtime, they worked all day Monday and got them submitted last night. Tonight, at 5:15, the response we got from our bureau is there's 10 issues here. I don't know if they're new issues. I don't know if they're expanded old issues. I've not even been able to look at them. That's how long ago they came in. But what I'm willing to do, what I'd like to recommend that we do, because we're not going to go out and develop a project that floods. We were going to do everything that's required, but we were going to do it in conjunction with the construction drawings. Now they're adjusting them all right now, scrambling as quick as we can. We've got 10 issues tonight. It's like shooting at a moving target. It's like going down a football field and you're 30-yard line and somebody moves goalposts. We will move heaven and earth to get this done. But what I'd like this council to do is to approve this plat and give Warren the authority to hold the stamp
and give Byron and Sanford the authority to say, Warren, they've resolved these last 10 issues. You can stamp it. So if this council can trust Warren and their engineer, and if we can't get it done, then shame on us. But I have made it known that the reason why I am pushing this date, and I'm sure this is likely to be controversial among many people, and people in here tonight perhaps. TxDOT is coming to town in October. I've been told that. You've been told that. Everyone knows they're coming. And TxDOT has told me that they look at land 600 acres undeveloped much differently than they look at a site plan that's had a plat approval. I didn't come up with this idea when I heard TxDOT. We've been working on this project since 2015. We've been faced with a lot of obstacles. We've had lawsuits with this city. We've settled lawsuits with this city. And quite frankly, I've been very patient because the city still, 3.5 years later, in my humble opinion, has not abided by that in good faith, because DCQ is over there saying they haven't heard from anybody since last February on a permit that would allow the wastewater to go down a pipeline instead of coming through my yard. I've got effluent water running through my yard, and it's turning the river to what it looks like now. But I've been working with the city. I have been patient with the city. And now it looks as if we've got another impediment in the way. That is, we've got to have a couple of T's crossed and a couple of I's dotted. We've made our models. We've created the models that the engineers could look at to demonstrate to them that we're not going to flood. We've got 5-acre tracts. We've got creeks, tributaries. We're not going to add any extra flow. But the city's engineer says there's 10 outstanding items. I will make sure there's 0 outstanding items before I ask that gentleman to give me the stamp. But I cannot wait until September or October. I cannot. TxDOT is waiting for my letter tomorrow that says my plat is complete. As Warren said, I got a preliminary, can you go to that southern rendering of some colored lots? We got it. Yeah. The city gave us a variance for this new bridge to be built, and yes, it's in the flood zone, but so is 165. But to do that, the city gave me a letter saying, if you're able to pick up this property and have access, we think that'll take care of the problem. That's not word for word, but that's basically what I. And I went out and I had to purchase a 72-acre ranch. It's blown my budget all. It's really blown it. But we picked it up so we could get access. And I didn't do it until the city said this would resolve the problem. With that plat approval and with the purchase of that property, with the engineers and the architects and everybody we've had employed to get this project started, including the commercial buildings that have already been designed, which we're not asking you. We're both on that right now. We're up there, and I know that there's people in this community that just there's an undercurrent. I know it's there. I've seen it. I've seen the text messages and the emails. I know who's in favor of this project and who wishes it to not be developed. And I know who introduced it to TxDOT in the first place. But I assure you that this is going to be the biggest battle that TxDOT's ever witnessed. If that bypass comes through this property. I don't think it needs to. I think the city's missing out on some economic development opportunities. No, I'm not in the city, but I tried to get in the city. I tried to introduce a PID that would allow smaller lots and infrastructure and some advantages to the city. But the city didn't want to have anything to do with it. So now I'm having to develop the largest lot that I can, 5 acres of the minimum. And I know that there's an undercurrent in this community where people don't want to see me have wells out there. Well, let me tell you what, the wells don't have a thing to do with the approval of this, although I know how some of the people feel about the wells. But the city can't get me water, and the city can't get me sewer. And some of the city wants TxDOT to do there. That's fine. But not at the risk of postponing it again. And that's just, I'm sorry, that's just unacceptable this time. I'm putting my name out there, I'm putting my reputation out there, I'm telling you, I will get whatever it is. I haven't even seen the list, but whatever it is, we will make Fire and Senator happy. We will make Warren happy. We'll even make Tim happy. But I need this approval. I need it tonight. And perhaps by the end of the week, we'll have these 10 items taken care of.
You certainly have them by the 27th if we decide to pick it up then.
I wish that wasn't a consideration. I really do. You're pushing me right up to the limit. You know the limit, Mike. I'm not. I don't want to go there, but
it was an option that was put forward to council, so you.
It's an option that I respectfully submit and request that you consider approving it, but for the last items that need to be done.
Questions?
I've got a comment, I think. I've taken some time to learn a little bit more about this project. I didn't realize to the extent you were first trying to be in the city limits and with the public improvement district plan. And frankly, my opinion has shifted in the last few weeks when I've seen that the level that we need to build our tax base to pay for the infrastructure we can pay for over the next 20 years. So I'm open-minded. I think this, frankly, I think at the end of the day, I think this development, whatever status it's in, would be a great addition to the city and a good part of the city. Frankly, I know there's a lot of pushback on the number of wells, and I do think that there's some action going on where we can have enough water to supply city water and sewer out there in the public improvement district. So unfortunately, that ship may have already sailed. I just want to put that out there. I think one of the items here, and I suspect that maybe had some resistance, is the city of Blanco putting its foot on the scales right here at the last minute of TxDOT's approval or of their choice of a route. So this is a stream of consciousness here. I'm not really making the point. I'm just trying to share my point of view, some of my feelings about this. I believe, and I don't know how public this is, Tim, you want to share maybe what your feeling is about the city's potentially shifting pressure on TxDOT? Frankly, I'm just not a fan of the bypass coming right down Main Street with the traffic we're having. And I'm not sure we'd want to take any action that would push it that direction, but I'm not sure that's the case. And
That's information I have at this moment, and granted, it changes, but they're looking at all sorts of adjustments to these current alignments, because I think they have some feedback that a lot of these alignments bisect major property owners' property. So
what we have all seen right now in terms of these reroutes, probably in generic form, will be the prime candidates, but exactly how they end up aligning, I don't know. And I talked to TxDOT on Monday afternoon at Lincoln, and this process is underway as we speak. And I will also represent the council that granted this was mid-level in TxDOT, but they are very well aware of Mr. Palmer's development. They're very supportive of the development. And they also understand that Mr. Palmer has been working on this development, as Mr. Palmer pointed out, for many years, as a heavy investment in it. From their point of view, this was represented to me by middle management. Middle management, I don't know what the big guys will say. Middle management planners' point of view was that whether this is platted or not there are different. Because from their planning perspective, they're treating it as platted. From their planning perspective. So the city's stamp or not here, I would differ somewhat with today's concern, like today, gotta happen, etc. Of course, I think you still have the statutory deadline you have to deal with. And I don't think you should go past that. But neither do I think that, oh my goodness, yes or no, you're going to change things at TxDOT one way or the other. They're telling me you're not. They're already treating it as platted from their planning perspective.
And if Tim says that, I believe Tim. But I will tell you that I met with him, and I met at the top, all the way down the bottom, at the same meeting. And they said, be sure to tell us when you get your final plat from the city. I said, you'll be the first call I make. And then I got a call after that from one of the representatives in the meeting that said, did you hear the last thing we said when you walked out the door? I said, you mean call them back? They said, yes, that's very important. I said, why is that? I knew why, but I asked, why is that? And they said, because we look one way when it's an undeveloped 600-acre tract, but we look at it entirely different when it's been platted. So I've got to act on what I heard and what I've been advised and what TxDOT advised me. And Tim might have spoken with another gentleman. If that's what he said, I believe it. But I'm just telling you that I am very concerned. I'm very concerned because I have acted on a preliminary plat approval, and I feel like all along there have been pushbacks and issues that have been placed in my way, and I'm overcoming them one at a time as they come along. But I don't know that postponing this thing is going to cause me to go work any harder on getting the last 10 issues resolved. I just wish that we could have faith in each other that if you approve this tonight, I can't do anything with it until I get it done. But if he can't come back here and say, I'm satisfied it's done, then I don't have any business out there trying to develop. I've got people in line ready to sign reservation letters just as soon as we get a plot approved. So that's underway as well. So with that, I appreciate your time.
Thank you. Any more questions, comments, ideas? Anybody want to make a motion or advocate for pushing to the 27th?
Mr. Palmer said two things that touched my, he said, we're almost to the point where we have all the I's dotted and the T's crossed. We're almost there. Almost. I mean, you've had incredible patience. Could you have just a little bit more than working with folk? Give us that shot.
Danny, I'd love to say, of course, I believe anything you tell me, Andy. But I also mentioned there's an undercurrent going on here, ladies and gentlemen. And there's an undercurrent that's working against me, and I'm aware of it. And if it's not denied on the 27th, somebody else will have another reason why it shouldn't be approved. The city does not need to get in the way of me getting approval for textile. I need to hold them off. And
Oh, I'm not even thinking about the text. I'm just I'm thinking about this project as just this project, getting the cheese crop and the ice crop.
well, that's somewhat of a simplistic explanation, and I use that myself. But I will tell you, there's a little bit more to it than that.
We got some. Sorry.
Let the record show that you're not making any decision based on any action or inaction from Texas, correct?
Yeah.
Let the record show. Please.
I just want you to know why I'm so adamant about moving quickly.
We have a gentleman in the audience, yes, sir. Briefly, please.
I'm a business owner in town, and the last little plot kind of disturbed me because they think $450,000 homes are affordable housing. It's not. My employees could not afford a $450,000 house. This man is totally different in what he's trying to do. He said that y'all can do a deal where you give him the authority to stamp it. All he's asking for is a plat, so the text doesn't mess up his stuff. But we're going around in circles. Give him his variant. Let him do that, you know, and then sit with Warren and let Warren make the rules that he needs to get to.
Anybody else have any?
Like to hear a little feedback from the rest of the possible. I don't think Andy was a great enough to jump out.
I mean, it's your thoughts.
Oh, we've spent enough time working on this. One thing I want to bring up, looking at it, is last time council met on this with the preliminary approval on that. We had made some agreements with you. I believe we did, to try to require rainwater and stuff like that for all the stuff.
And a bump gate as well.
You stepped through every hoop that we have to do, correct? And as far as I can tell, Mr. Tuggy, is there any legal reason we should be disqualifying this tonight, other than the delaying it, you know, other than the reasons between Ardura and his engineer?
I think your authority, Councilman, is this property is an ETJ. So you have limited platting authority on the basis you either have yes, no on the plat itself, which is the 5 acre requirement, et cetera, and drainage and flow. That's about it. So the only thing I'm aware of is the points from your city engineer. I will tell you that my only concern, always, you know, we lawyers overthink stuff and fail safes. And my only concern, and I stand by the alternative of possibly delegating this authority to Mr. Escovitch. Neither do I want you all to delegate it to Mr. Escovitch. And then Mr. Escovitch is solely on his own making a decision to deny a plat. That's illegal, but I would recommend that if that's what he decides to do, that it come back to you within 30 days. Because that type of decision I would ask council to make. You know what I'm saying? So I would delegate authority if you want to. And if Warren says they've met every point, fine, that's fine. But if Warren's getting into a crossways, engineer fighting, I'd like to recommend that he has recourse to come back to you within the 30 days if you choose to do that.
Who has recourse, I'm sorry?
Warren has the right to force it back.
Well, I would not come back to you if I didn't satisfy Warren, and I know I've got to satisfy Ardura. So it's really kind of a twofold thing here. So
Commissioner Tuggy, once all those guys got their stuff done, does we not call a special meeting? Just to approve it?
You could, and you have a meeting already set
Yeah.
as well. You have a meeting, by the way, that you must have.
Yes.
You've got a budget to pass.
But even if we had it done before then,
You could.
we could do it at, I knew, next Wednesday.
I don't think I'll come down here for a special. I appreciate it, but I don't want to put you through. I'm here 3 times a week, I don't, but
Thank you. What's your thoughts?
yeah, no, and I appreciate it. I mean, this is a lot and I appreciate the timeliness and all that you've got for us, Ryan's mentioned. My not reservation, but just what keeps coming back in my mind. So I don't know what the engineering report is, and I know you haven't either. You just got it before you got here, right? So I don't know how big are the T's or the I's or all of that. But at the same time, obviously you've met the challenge on all of them, so there's no doubt there. But then to Mr. Tuggy's point there about putting all of that on Warren, I think that's a lot of the burden to go on Warren, whether an approval or not. So I do feel it should be council that seems to do that, but again, I also appreciate sooner the better. So that's where I don't know. I don't know what the right timing of this is, but that's where, I mean, it's got to get done, but I just, there's some variables that I just I don't know how to fill this in.
can I say that the things that have been on the list, the 12 numbering list, the 18 out of 10, all of those things are things that have to be done anyway. So it's not extra that we wouldn't do when we're completing our working drawings, but to have them done now up front, I want them to do it, even though my engineers say Austin doesn't require it. But so I just simply ask Warren, I'm not imposing too terribly much on you if all we're doing is asking, provided that,
Yeah, I'm gonna make this really simple for council. Really, this comes down to what you're comfortable about the list. If you say, first of all, I believe these issues will get resolved by the end of the week. I actually believe that. But if you want to see it come back on the 27th, that's your prerogative. If you're fine with approving it now and having those conditions will get met. So it's whatever you're comfortable with, and it's that simple. I know there's a lot of other things moving parts, but it's for me, it's as simple as either approve it now and make sure it gets done in the next week or so, or if you want to, you just have a meeting on the 27th, have anyway, and you approve it then. So I know these items will get done, but it's what you're comfortable.
So we can coalesce it down to 3 options. There's approve, deny, or delay until the 27th.
Or let me finish up.
Those are the 3.
So over a year that I've been on council now, on an entire year since I ran my first time, I've been tracking this issue for this time. When it comes right down to it, my recommendation to everybody would be to approve this, reason being we really have no reason not to approve it, barring the engineering requirements being met from Ardura. I'm gonna make this simple. Here's my recommendation. I'm gonna make a motion, and I motion that we approve this with conditions of development. I believe that the condition shall be that all of Ardura's engineering concerns are met. We give Warren the authority to approve it, but if he comes to the conclusion that he is going to deny it, then this must come back to the city council to deal with at that time. But if it comes to approve, Warren will have it.
Okay, so it's to approve pending engineering resolution with Warren being delegated the authority to approve, but not the authority to deny. He wants to be recommended denying.
Correct.
Is there a second for that motion?
We'll try.
Okay. All in favor? Okay, passes. There you
Happy
go.
birthday.
I couldn't have thought of a better way to spend a 73rd birthday.
I'm gonna call for a 5-minute recess if that's okay with everybody. I need to use the restroom. It's been 2 hours. We're on this number.
What is the ratification? Yeah, I'm sorry, I didn't call you.
comments from that side.
You can stand if you want to. It is 9:16 out of break here. We are on new business item number 4 regarding the Infomart contract. Mr. Espen.
Right, so at the last meeting, for this discussion about approval of the amended Infomart contract, last meeting, City of Blanca approved the concept of amending Infomart contract to add a new employee at Infomart's expense for street repair, maintenance, and tree trimming. Infomart also agreed to expand scope, to bring it more to them taking care of mainly public works rather than just a utility operator. So that was something that we wanted, and this is really a success for the city. Infomart's offers as follows. First of all, administrative fee 15 to 5%. So this is their offer as follows: own the city parks, right-of-ways, rear easements, identify and schedule 5 and perform limb and tree trimming in said city parks, right-of-way easements. 5% from 15, as we talked about, which is about $21,000 savings. This is savings from our standpoint, about $90,000, but the value that this brings to the city is probably well over $100,000. So it's the city's budget is committed to hiring a public works employee, the street repair employee, plus the decrease in the admin fee, like I said, about $100,000. So this is the amendment to the contract and the items in the packet. And this basically the amendment that would go with the original contract. Right? So that's what this is, and this is a really fantastic deal for the city that we negotiated with Infomart. Thanks to the mayor, thanks to Candy Harville, and the Dennis and the whole, basically their staff being is going to be great. So I think this is a win-win. This is a win for us, but win-win for everybody. So the recommendation is that you approve this amendment.
Quick question. I may. I see the additional services as you discussed. It mentioned the additional staff. Is that important as long as policing the services itself?
You're adding a staff person.
So it doesn't say that in this amendment.
So we didn't spell out the staffing number, but we will hire another staff in order to accommodate the needs of the streets and the easements.
Yeah, I don't know if that's necessarily important to have that in here. I just want to-
Normally we don't.
Scope of services that expands, that it's their job to call. How are you going to fulfill that? They're telling you they're going to do that scope. So whatever it takes.
Very rarely do we list how many employees we'll hire.
If you have to work overtime.
Yeah, if I have to work overtime.
They'll do it.
The understanding is they'll hire.
Yes.
The question on section 3.3, real quick on the new vehicles, tractors, trailers, equipment, all that. It's kind of roughly there. There was a lines towards the end, basically, if it's deemed that new equipment is needed, the fee may automatically increase with an additional administrative plus an administrative 10%. So I just wanted to make sure I'm understanding what that is saying.
So, Councilor, you're saying operators shall notify the client, the base fee shall automatically increase the operator cost of such vehicle, trailer, tractor trailer, or piece of equipment, plus administrative fee, 7%.
Yeah, so basically it's going through there. They can use our equipment or use their own, and if we need to replace something, they bring it up during the budget time, and all that made sense. But then that last sentence, and maybe I'm just not capturing it right, but it looks to me like if there is a replacement needed, that we would be notified, and there could be an automatic increase to the cost to us. And I may be reading it wrong. assume I probably am. I just wanted to
Well,
clarify that that's.
But the addition of the vehicles is subject to substantiation reasonably accepted by the client. We've got.
So we need to have approval on
We
whether.
got, this, they gotta come to us and say, hey, we gotta replace that vehicle, piece of crap, blah, 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 blah. And here's what it's gonna cost to operate it. And if, based on that substantiation, we agree, then that increases the cost. They're adding a 10% admin fee, which is part of their overall deal. On their whole deal, is adding this 10% basically to run the business across the board. So,
And when we replace a piece of equipment, it's because that piece of equipment is costing us more to maintain it than it is for us to use it. So any additional cost incurred usually doesn't happen, because that's basically means it's gonna cost us more money to use that equipment. Like if we had to buy a specialized piece of equipment or something like that, that we wouldn't use in the day-to-day operations, which if we replace equipment, it's gonna be a vehicle or tractor, the stuff that we use every day. We're not going out and buying an asphalt machine or something of that nature.
Right, okay.
the point is, we have the right to veto. We got a safety valve on the deal.
Okay.
That's the bottom.
And that's what I assumed. I just wanted to make sure there wasn't, if it was deemed to need to be replaced, then replace it and cost us.
Yeah, and if it's one of those things where the city says no and we say no, then the equipment doesn't get bought. I mean, we just figure out what's
And
needed.
you said, I guess my question is, there was some communication a couple of months ago that the city buys the equipment and they pay the 10% administrative.
No,
So who buys the equipment if that's necessary? Would Infomart buy another truck? And
We would buy the trucks, but like I said, the special equipment like the asphalt filling machine, things of that nature, we would have a conversation with Warren, and then he would bring that before council, how to approach that next. And then at that point in time is when this little line and all that would be worked out between the two.
We're not buying a new truck plus 10% for you guys from the frequent job.
Well, because they will increase by the cost of the vehicle plus 10%, what it says.
If there's any additional cost.
If there's an increase in the overall cost. They're picking that increase if there is any. And you have the right to say, no, we're not doing that, because you have the right to require a reasonable substantiation acceptable to you.
And the way Infomart is structured as a company, when we purchase a vehicle, it goes for overhead. And the only thing that hits the project's budgets are the depreciations. That's how we purchase equipment.
Okay. But actually wouldn't even hit.
The depreciation would be higher because it's worth more money.
Yeah.
But usually it's not a whole lot. And like I said, this would all be discussed. And the city has, like Tim said, absolutely no, we don't want to do that. Like, it would obviously do.
Okay. And that's what I think. That's how I read it. It's felt like what we paid for it plus 10.
No. If y'all pay for it, it belongs to the city. It doesn't even belong to us. And then, so we ever get fired, legal, whatever, it stays here at y'all's stuff.
Okay. Thank you.
Any more questions? Their motion?
I'll make a motion to approve the amendment as stated.
There's a second? Second. All in favor? Right, unanimous. Thank you. New business number 5, this is not necessarily action, just sort of holding the council to.
Not wrong now.
The, last year we had several people in the community, volunteer to form a group to provide some assistance and oversight to the finance department. And it was approved, and then it was disapproved, and it was political. But with this mistake that's been very significant in our work recently, I think having volunteers, in fact, Dana was going to be one of those volunteers, as was Mr. Courier, to possibly look at seeing if there's folks in the community that would be willing to step in and serve that role and provide some assistance and oversight that's needed on the finance department. And if the council's in general agreement, what we can do is get some applications and come back with
I have my same concerns from the last time this came up, and then hinder staff and just kind of be like a blame game and dig up stuff versus past is the past, let's learn from it and let's move forward. And, spoke with Dan about this today, and I think we had some ideas for a committee, but it would be citizens to do with people who are familiar with what's going on day to day. So I would be in favor of some sort of group like that with a lot of input from staff. Maybe they don't want this to be a hindrance.
Yeah, there's no desire to make it be a hindrance, but we could have avoided some of the big mistakes over the last year. We'd all be in a better place. Your thoughts?
I like the idea of a governance committee, that works with the staff, as you mentioned, to continue to watch for expenses in place over time. For example, coming back to the telephone example, has anybody looked at the pricing as it's still competitive? And as well as quarterly overviews of improvements and just internal controls and governance. And I, like you, I think it would only be, in my opinion, it would take a special event to need any kind of forensic study of that. We're gonna go, I don't want to go digging out skeletons.
I think it's really important that it comes, like, the list of what this group would do would come from staff. And I also, I guess if we're not gonna do that, I think I would like to see a list of specific things that this group will do before I say yes to it.
Yeah, that was just, getting sort of taking the temperatures and.
There can be some mechanism that we may want to. And it's anytime in the future, we feel like there is some malfeasance or something needs to be looked into. Like we know the stories of Johnson City and how much was embezzled. So I wouldn't want to restrict them to actually do some investigative work. Some forensics in that, especially if it's current.
I think if we think something's going on, we need to hire a third party professional and not just people. You know,
I don't disagree with that at all. But it would not be up to this committee to go and wow, there's something going on here. And I guess maybe a better way to say that is if somebody has a concern, whether it be a council person or the mayor or the city administrator, this doesn't smell right. Okay, so we have some criteria. Let's go back to the
I would
And the
hope that
TML
a
will assist.
member of the staff would feel comfortable enough with one of us to say, hey, I need to talk to you in private. You know, I really think.
Yeah, I guess my point is I wouldn't want that to not, the committee not to be allowed to have that information or at least bring that to the attention of TML or third party investigators.
And that's where
But you're right. I think we can tell out of that committee, and I just think that it's some sort of fail safe when they've got a little bit of authority, a little deeper if they need to, and then maybe they bring that to council.
And I like the idea of getting feedback from staff too, just to see what gaps do they see and what that might look like.
like I know we talked last time about the transparency star program or something, and so things like that could. But again, I really want staff input on it.
Absolutely.
Not adding more work to their.
I agree with you. This shouldn't be looked at it from the staff as a witch hunt, right? It's like we're actually have best practices going forward.
Yeah. Okay. Any other?
Yeah, I guess, did you put this on the agenda, Mr. Mayor?
Yes, I did.
Okay.
I just wanted to get, like I said, get staff, get some council feedback, and then go back to staff and put together some.
Here's what I would be willing to do is, I'd like to issue a directive to Mr. Esteby to, please bring forth our formation paperwork that we have for the, committee before, and we'd like to revisit it, and I would like to have you and the mayor, stack together a list of scope of work for that committee and maybe take some applications, and I would like to have that presented to the city council at our next regular city council meeting. October 8th.
Okay, yeah, that's the idea. Yeah, that's good. Anybody else? Okay, thank you so much. Moving on. Number 6, hand this off to Bobby. It's the Comprehensive Plan Task Force.
And we've been talking about this for a while. I work in the background, and these are basically just another ad hoc advisory committee only, so it's taking the action. And those, and listed on here are the one activity that's going to share. The committee members, I've spoken to all these people individually, and they volunteered their efforts. Tried to do a good job of getting a varied group of people with different worldviews and different priorities. As well as some advisory members, and certainly open to suggestions. But everybody on this list has agreed to serve here. And we can speak about it individually, or you want me just to read out the list for those in attendance. Please. We got 3 business owners, and the others are kind of looked at different. The committee of volunteers are Brad Farbstein, business owner Jimmy Claypack from the Blanco Groundwater District, Jonelle Haas, local historian, John Grigger, business owner, Julie Alexander Shackowitz, Planning and Zoning Commission representative, Libby Ailey, Chamber of Commerce and TPAC, Matt Lewis, local real estate agent, Mike Betzer, also a business owner, and OJ Armstrong. I wanted the committee to be relatively large so we could move. We weren't hindered by any quorum issues. It is advisory committee only, so I think we can meet in groups of 2 or 3 or 4 and just have roundtable discussions. And if there's any sort of vote taken, that will be taken a little bit different. And voting would be just on what we agree. A majority would need to agree on what we're going to recommend to the council. I've got some advisory members. Brandon Millard has volunteered to be on to talk about the UDC considerations. Many of you know Brandon. He is working with the Main Street overlay work. He's now a sole proprietor. He's not the engineering group. He's volunteered to give some guidance. Brandon Nicely, communications infrastructure executive in the communications business, sort of special about smart city and considerations. I don't want to go down a rabbit hole, but for example, when we have a trench in the street and put water or sewer, we ought to put conduit for fiber, and the city has a leaseable asset. That's Brandon's expertise. They could just be an advisor. Eric Burkhardt has a city planning. That's Jimmy Claypack down here as well. Just from time constraint, if Jimmy doesn't want to be on the main committee, advisor, groundwater. Michael Lear and Tim Tuggy is legal, and Michael would also double as a water resource development input. So questions, comments, concerns?
Who's this Tim Tuggy guy? Is he any good?
He's last.
No telling, no telling.
Always challenged.
Your jury's out.
Well, just if there's a capital, well, I guess that might be this. I'm not getting started. I know we're still waiting for the grant, but I've had some input from planning and zoning and others that everybody feels like they're standing on one leg, and there's work we can be doing. All the community. And I will say this: the most important part of this is community outreach and really updating our inventories and getting feedback from the citizens at large on what do they think Blanco could be 10 years from now, and developing that vision.
I know you put a lot of work into that.
I have. It's been stalled for a while. I understand.
I really appreciate you finding people, getting a diverse background from all stakeholders throughout town. I would like to see 3 spots for people who don't have any affiliation. They just live here and they're regular citizens. I think they're
I have a few other volunteers. Frankly, I thought the pushback might be on the size of the committee, but I think it's similar to what we talked about with the feedback. I've gotten several other volunteers at my office, so Jack Twilly's available to be involved, Tommy Cook's available to be involved, that's an expertise. And certainly open for other ideas, just members and locals.
Well, I think she's talking about just regular people.
Instead of irregular people.
Don't just have any kind of, degree or anything like that, but, citizens.
Yeah,
Citizens.
I'm saying the same thing. Now, Tommy has expertise.
Right, you were just talking about your.
But certainly, people who are interested.
Exactly.
With no real citizens at large.
I mean, this,
And so I've got half a dozen people that I just narrow the list down. And any suggestions of other interested parties?
I do, I think we should do like we do for all our other committees and just put out a call for applications. This is,
Fair.
comprehensive master plan has to have so much community input, more than probably anything else.
That's exactly right.
People want to be involved, and people are talking about this all the time, they want to be involved, so let's, like, we can't just say, okay, these people just because I feel like we need to include everyone who wants to be included. And so I think we should do a call for applications, and I also think we should add some spots. Well, so I don't know, are these spots like local historian, is that a spot or is that just?
No,
like with the
that's
person?
just, I wanted to get a diverse,
Okay.
a diverse group and get diverse input.
Okay, I
And we've
thought
got
these were
some-
like the spots.
Because like Jimmy he's a business owner, he's also, these people serve lots of different purposes, he's just describing to them.
Yeah, these are just descriptions of the people that have volunteered, and I wanted to try to not just get all.
I don't feel like it's fair to group these people tonight because the community hasn't had a chance to express their interest in this. We haven't done any formal.
We've been talking about it for a long time.
We've been talking about it, but we haven't, if you're not in the know, the big crowd, like I was not,
I didn't know
I wouldn't have
you were
known to apply into this committee. And I wanted,
I would say that the only pushback I go on that is, let's not wait another month or two.
I don't want to wait either, but I think it's.
I think it is. And
Can we
I'm
start
not, I'm not
this?
sure what I would like to do is start this group and know we're gonna be adding other people to the community.
I feel like if we start with this without going to the community, that's finishing a staying on the whole process, because we started without asking everyone. Maybe without it being community driven from the start.
At some point, we're elected to make decisions. I know we can't always ask 100% of the citizens to be able to move.
Right, but we didn't even give them a chance.
I mean, I do disagree with that. I think, I don't need it for it tonight, but I'm just doing this to just die on the line. And the pushback from, specifically from planning and zoning was, we gotta get started.
I absolutely agree. Maybe we.
And so I would like to be a short window, maybe approve it no later.
Oh, yes, I'm sorry.
Can I interject just for a moment?
Please.
I've been through the comprehensive plan. We've made one for the city I was in previously. We had our group that we had, but we interjected with business owners as a group. With that group, we interjected with the residents because there were polls taken through all those different areas. So that way, if you have your initial group, you're expanding out into some of those areas as well. So it's not eliminating them by any means.
I'm glad you said that, because we've been talking about this. Well, I've been presenting, I've done 3 presentations in front of council. I've been asking everybody I meet, would you be interested in this? No, I've been listening to Andrew's sacrifices, but I keep words out there. I've had just as many people say, no, I don't have time for that. It's not. Nobody should be left out. And so what I hate to do is just put the brakes on and say, no, we need to give it time. If somebody hasn't heard about this, it seems, now, I've been breathing, so it feels like they've been living under a something they don't know this.
Well, I think some people might not know that they need to, that the time to apply to be on maybe.
Can I?
Yeah, that happened to me with.
Can I add to that?
I was hoping that happened in March. I mean, really, I was hoping in March.
So let's clarify that a little bit. Back when I was on the Historic Preservation Commission, chaired it, we voted and held public input and got quite a bit of public input back just on the Historic Preservation Commission. We voted and approved to move forward and update the comprehensive master plan and pushed the city council at that time to lead that. commission. It's not been over 2 years. There's been a lot of community input, and in order to go through this process, there has to be a tremendous amount more community input. I also think that we can address the problem with there not being a proper community citizens on the list yet. That's where I'd be willing to touch that in my motion here. I'm gonna go ahead and make a motion. We'll see what goes. I'd like to motion to approve the comprehensive master's plan committee as presented with all 10 members. I would also require at least 3 more members of the community at large be put onto it, yet not limited to 3 members. I would like to give you an unlimited amount of people that you can put on this committee to help, because this is a very large task and it will take. And I can definitely see the need for people from the community at large, but it's going to take more than just these 10 people. I can guarantee. I'd like to approve it with Bobby as the head of it. I'd like to see these 10 members being guaranteed on there as long as they want to be, but I would also like to make the application and allow the chair to add additional members to the committee and require 3 of them to be citizens.
Unlimited.
And I'd like to see unlimited. Unlimited. Yeah.
So is there a
No, but a
second?
requirement of at least 3.
Is that a second, Ken?
No.
No, it's not. Is there a second? Okay, we have a motion, a second to approve as is with the advertising and addition of at least 3.
I want to go through, so a lot of our other committees have requirements on how many people live in the city limits versus outside. I think it's really important that the county people also get to be involved because they're just as much part of the town as we are, but it's also really important that the city of Lakeville. So
That's a
we
great
don't have any
point.
from here.
Well, and I'm sorry to cut you off, but I think, and I could have said that in the committee structure, early on this process, we defined it as at the very least a school district, the southern end of the county, and that's exactly what happened in 2004. To be involved and to push and bring energy, it wasn't defined by the city limits, it was defined by the school district boundaries. And so that's the working boundary right now, so it's.
I'm curious how many of these people live in the city limits versus not. Do we know that?
I live outside.
Tony Rigger lives outside.
I think more live outside.
Wait,
than inside.
that's-
I live inside. Okay, Armstrong has a residence inside.
Is there a specific overall number that you would like to see on the city residents on that?
Well, yeah, he's got a residence.
I do
He's
understand
here.
your point. That makes sense.
I think he's gonna be here full time the next year or so. This property here is inside the city limits.
We do have a motion, and a second.
Can I amend my motion?
Yeah, we can.
One last
withdraw it.
amendment, withdraw it. I'd like to put the same motion in place, but I would like to, obviously, those 3 members that I call for are citizens at large. I would like to bump that to 4, but I'd like to clarify that we have at least 4 members on that committee that are Blanco City citizens.
Okay, so you withdrew the motion, you made a second motion, that is.
That we
Approve it, add 4.
Add 4, give it a minimum of 14 members, no maximum.
Yeah.
And I want at least 4 of the members to be Blanco City residents.
Okay. That's it.
Requesting. With requesting applications.
Okay.
And as far as right now, we have no deadline. There's no deadline on the program.
So then
It's written here, it's just until council approves the updated master.
As a modified motion, is there a second? Okay, all in favor of the modified? I'm sorry, yeah.
Similar to with the T5, I still share the concern that having a council member being chair versus being a liaison. What if instead of approving this tonight, we have a meeting call a meeting of the comprehensive master plan group, but it's not a meeting because there's no members yet, but it's just the community coming together, listening to the vision. And then that could help people say if they want to be on it or not. I'm pretty sure the TPAC meeting, a lot of the applications came from that. I just feel like if we start this thing that's supposed to be community driven with this list of people who maybe two live in the city limits and no one had a chance to come apply, don't even know about it, it just feel like it's not, it's gonna put a stain on the whole master plan. And I don't think it's fair that people didn't know that they thought that this was happening. I know it's been talked about, but it hasn't been formally put on the city website or something, so if you're not in the in-group, you didn't know that you could apply yet.
That's fair enough. I just don't, I mean, it's a delay that concerns me.
I mean, they delayed it 2 years, what's another month?
Well,
Like, I want to go fast, but I want to do it right, but it can be.
If you want to vote against the motion, I call the question. All in favor of the motion, raise your hand. All opposed? You abstaining?
Yes,
I'm gonna go with the 4 vote, so it passes. Thank you very much. Number 7, resolution delaying action on ordinance authorizing issuance of the certificate of obligation.
So, Mr. Mayor, just say,
Okay.
just say a couple words, and then Angela Ottawa is attorney with McCall Parker, who's our bond attorney. So we have been looking at the 2024 A series certificates of obligation, but with some of the what we've been looking at, we were possibly looking at delaying this and then making this a smaller amount. Obviously, on the 27th, you're going to be approving the budget, and we're going to be looking at tweaking. Me and the vice president will be tweaking this number. But what I've been told is that we need to actually do a delay on this. So, Angela, if you want to explain a little bit better than I do.
Sure, so essentially the resolution tonight is simply like warrants that delay taking action on an ordinance authorizing issuance of certificates of obligation series 2024A to October 8th as opposed to tonight, which is originally the date set forth the issuance. And that had been decided, if you recall, during the July 9th meeting, where you completed the first step of issuing certificates of obligation and published notice and so forth, where you described the not to exceed amount, the projects, as well as when the city council would be taking action on the ordinance. So this is just formalizing that the date is now changing. So unless you have any other questions, now is appropriate for you to discuss any changes you want to make, or sorry, any guidance you want to give to city staff, and then vote on
Mr. Escovitch.
Go ahead.
Sorry, can you just, or sorry.
That's what I was just gonna ask, is your recommendation to delay?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes.
And so to recap this, we're delaying it, but we're gonna talk about it at the budget meeting, and then we can still do a portion. So we're not like saying, we're not like definitely killing it or saying yes right now.
We're resetting it on October 8th.
You're resetting it because we're going to eventually need some funds, but maybe not all of them.
So we're neither approving nor denying.
We're approving
the resolution to delay it.
You needed verbatim. Or-
Yeah, that little thing in caps.
Okay. I'll give it to you. All right, I motion that we approve the resolution delaying action of the ordinance authorizing the issuance of the City of Glanville Texas Combination Tax and Revenue Certificate of Obligation Series 2024A in the amount not to exceed 2.5 million and other matters related thereof.
Is there a second? All in favor? Okay, and opposed, and there was one abstention. Very good. Thank you so much. New business number 8, this is a plan to reduce total water usage as described in stage 4 of the city's current water usage plan and draft use plan.
Thank you, Mayor, council, it's been a long night. The reason why I brought this up to you is for this combination of both myself and Councilman Carlo. We want to look at, stage 4 and what we're actually doing to start reducing water. And one of the issues in stage 4, which we haven't done, is that just to let you know, we have continued to allow, car wash to continue under stage 4, unless this car wash is water that's being reused, being closed down. So wanted to bring that to council's understanding, to give me direction on how you want to start reducing critical water. We're still so that's more of a discussion point, but if we followed it closely, we'd actually put together. Bring that up.
This agreement is one.
Yes, I would agree. It's parallel to Texas water, which is required. Questions of staff or thoughts?
In Texas Water only, and their stage 4 has their stage 3 and their stage 4 combined. And their stage 3 has, car washes only with using recycled water.
Correct. And I had a discussion on the slide with Texas Water, and he basically said the same thing.
Sorry, no. So why can't car washes operate?
It's not allowed.
It says they can go between 6 a.m. and 10 a.m. and 6 p.m. and 10 p.m. Am I looking at the right spot?
Yeah.
That's what I should.
Irrigation, yeah.
A timing thing, right? Or just.
It says they can use it at a commercial car wash. Or wait.
Yeah, it's B,
Okay,
stage
we're
4
trying to
response.
align ours with Texas Water.
Water.
And Texas Water's.
The stuff is that ours allows for it, even though time constraint, Texas Water does not.
They allow it with recyclable.
Recycling.
With recycling.
You have to have
So
recycling.
then the question is, should we match?
Yes.
Okay.
Perfect. And there have been a couple of people from the community that have pointed this out to me, so it is something that people are talking about, and thinking about, so.
So one question here. On page 4, here, where it does the, one criteria to go to stage 4 is, if it has less than 90 days of storage exists in the city's Blanco River reservoir. So are we always in stage 4 from now on? This doesn't take in, protected water into anything.
Well, we usually match Texas Water, they're basically our primary
So
source
they're
of water.
referencing the Blanco River specifically here. And if we haven't used the Blanco River in 2 years, no matter how wet it is, we're gonna be in stage.
Why would we still have water there?
Oh, 90 days worth of water.
Well, typically, you're already out of that because the water treatment plant can't even access that.
Right, so we've been in stage 4 for 4 years. continually.
Effectively, yes, I think that's right. When we look at it.
Water supply.
We've never operated that way, but technically speaking.
Yeah, I think it's, needs to be just 90 days of storage. I think 90 days of water supply, however it's defined, would be more accurate.
Which we, I don't know if we can achieve that, I think even between what we have in storage between, our first tank, our 1 million gallon, half a million gallon.
Well, we can look at Candy Lake levels.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So assuming that, assuming we get an agreement with Texas Water, since that's already been spoken about, then, they would have to not have 90 days of their required. Our daily use.
We can only hold about 3 or 4 days with water.
But if the river, but this reference is an extension of the
Jumped out at me. We haven't used it on computer, so.
We need to remove that off of that other bunch of.
And back on the car wash piece, so is this one, is it only operating during these hours right now, or is it operating?
We haven't restricted.
We haven't restricted it, but it should, so one, it should be restricted to these
Yes.
times based on what we already have in place, right? So we just need to do that.
We can do that right now.
And the question still is, do we match it with Pepsi Pro?
As far as matching it, I think if we do, I don't think it's maybe not fair to put that on the car wash immediately, is he hasn't.
Now, how long, if we take it down to stage 3 as well, how long will they be out of business? Especially in a wet, rainy time, it just seems kind of.
I say just like say, oh, we changed the rules and effective immediately, you have to.
Yeah, we'll see you in a couple of years when the springs are back.
Well, that's what it's.
Feel like Jim done, grandfathering.
Have you talked with them about moving to a recycling system, or are they looking at that?
We talked about it before, and then I don't think it's always the sense that would work, but definitely I'm gonna call them tomorrow, and talk about how we would able to talk about this possibility of, so that his business doesn't keep on getting affected every time there's a drought, which is often.
Yeah, they'll probably, I think we at least have to abide by what's in our
Yes, sir.
outline here. And,
So you're looking for action?
No, I think it's direction, I think it's fine.
Maybe like 6.
I mean, I'm just fine. Speak for all. It's just fine.
Well, the other thing I see, if we are gonna go to match, oh, there's stage 3, okay.
No, but
There-
their stage 4 takes in their stage 3s.
Their stage 3 does allow individual pool owners to top off their pool. And our stage 4 says you can't add any water to it. Anything else?
Stage 4.
Well, you can always restrict it if you want. But you can't be more liberal.
They also allow
If you think about that,
community pools, I guess we don't.
up to you. Would we be required to combine stage 3 and 4? Typically you do. Once you go up each stage, you're bringing that other stage in.
I thought they were combining stage 4 was equally restricted. Stage 3 is equally restricted to stage 4. So there's no difference. Yeah. And so we may want to have stage 3. They effectively eliminated stage 3 is what it sounds like.
Any more feedback?
Okay. Careful with
Got it out.
synchronization.
Boy, that was a good point.
Okay, thank you very much. Moving on, old business number 1. This is approve amendment to agreement for monitoring trial program for reclaimed watershed.
This is an item I briefed you on all last month. And I sent out last night the amendment, which the purposes are already signed.
Oh, yes.
And it's a very simple deal. We had an original 2-year deal with them. The first was to measure how much water they use. For the first year, they didn't use any because their equipment was constantly disrepaired. They're finally up to speed. So this last year, we have some measurement. The idea, we had a 1-year option on the original deal. This motion amendment would extend and exercise that option, but then add another option year that you'd have to approve. And also gives us expressly the right to go in and measure out the easement that's there and get an appraisal on it. Of course, we'll come back to you on that. We're not gonna appraise and incur that expense without your permission. But this sets the relationship with them, starts us down the path where we're gonna be
looking at trying to resolve the underlying dispute, which is based on this 1964 deed where they get all effluent for an easement back and forth to our wastewater. That the numbers are upside down on that, but we'll know better once we see how much they use and price it. So I recommend approval. If it's a good deal for this.
Questions? So that would be what's the info, then you go back to.
Correct.
The whole.
Once we have the data on the appraisal and the numbers based on our rates for effluent, then we'll have the ability to say, okay, these are worth this much and you're getting that much. Well, you're gonna have to agree, you're not getting all effluent for us, you're gonna get this much.
Are we voting on the easement?
No, sir.
Yeah, I would need to recuse myself from the easement. I have a part of that easement, but we're not going to recuse from extending.
Yeah, this is fine. This is just to extend the usage irrigation deal. That's, but give us the right to do that later.
And we're just extending it for one additional year, right?
Maybe. That'll be your option next year.
Yeah.
Okay. I'll entertain a motion.
Make a motion to approve the 1 year extension with the option to be renewed for an additional year.
All in favor? All right. Is your hand raised?
Yes, it was.
Okay. It sort of stopped halfway.
She's been doing that.
Yeah. Thank you so much. Okay.
One of my trimmers.
Old business number 2. Are you Josh finished? Okay. Thank you so much for your patience. Yeah, I do. So this is take possible action approval of ACO Analytics corporate customer portal plan. All right, we've had questions about the new electronic system with the texts and all that stuff. This is the fellow with the answers. Hopefully.
So, yeah, it was, I don't know if there was any record specific questions. I know that in general, just on how the system works when it comes to monthly charges. So when we go in to set up the system at a baseline, there'll be no charges, right? For voice, it's called voice over IP, right? So what that means is that any message that you send out will get charged back to the city at a highest rate of 12 cents per month. When we go in and set up the entire system, there will be no phone calls or text messages sent. I apologize if you give me that thing. I will pack it. Because you will do everything via email and push notifications, which are free. Okay, so there's 4 options. We have push notifications, emails, phone calls, and text messages. We'll set up the system to automatically default for every customer to push notifications and email. If the customer goes in and changes their preference, the system will let them do that. That's the whole point of the system. If the customer wants to get a text message notification about their system or about their meter or a leak in their home, you want them to get that notification. On an average adoption rate, it's a blind guess. We have, on a base minimum, 80% of customers, meaning your customers, are going to use the system. At the highest end I've ever seen is like 50%. And it was in a retirement community of literally everyone was retired. So that won't happen. If, on average, if I give you a number, we built a few different sheets to show. And normally we use 10,000 as our baseline customer analysis because we have cities ranging from 70 to 240,000. So at a 10,000 meter system, we guess that if 20% of the customers use the system, you will be paying about $150 a month in notifications. So you all have 1,200 customers, and so much less than that.
So who pays for the software with the meters? Who are you paying for? Paid by?
Ferguson.
You're being paid for. Good. That was the right answer.
Okay.
So I asked you something beforehand. I wanted to ask you again. Today, I got a call from a citizen there. We're in one part of town. They didn't have water on most of the day. They received no notification. They had no idea what was going on. And then finally, we came back on. The water came back around. Yeah, they should have gotten a notification that they were replacing a fire hydrant and shot the water. But it's tricky. With this system, with the GPS data that we have, can it be set up so when we're shutting off an area of town that they get notified?
Yes, if all the GPS location data is in the system, meaning that if you have lines, hydrants, valves in the system, which they can be added, it is also a customer notification system. So they can actually draw a circle around all the customers that are going to be out of the city office and get notified. And it will tell them, oh, they're going to be out of water, and then you can hit notify again on the same message, and we'll let them know that this issue has been resolved.
That's great. We need that.
And so you said it comes out first email, right? Like push notifications to an app. So, yeah, right. Sorry. Yeah, push notifications are the notifications you get across the top of your phone, right? Okay.
But then they can then opt into the text message instead of the push notification, and that's when the charge comes in. So there's no cost for push notifications or emails.
Correct.
It's just if they opt in for text.
Right.
And then
Or
the
if
city
you send, so you can use the system. A lot of people call it the customer portal, hand notification, because we always add hand notifications. So the system can be used by you as a notification system, whether it's for water or anything else. So if you choose to, send one large message for whatever reason, stage notifications, you want those to a text or any information that you have, you can send however you want.
Okay. And then, but all the notifications that go out.
But baseline
are from
notifications
are
for
from the
like,
city, right?
right.
Okay.
Yeah, so
So
you
you
can't,
push it.
right, exactly. So the base notifications that I can't tell you how much it will cost will be the automatic notification that you want to go out to your customer saying, hey, those kind of things that are the automatic ones are automatically set up in one way. But, if you want your customer to get them, you want them to have the ability to change that. Okay.
And I think part of the concern, or certainly what I brought up first, and I think it's been answered now, but just to speak to it, there was a comment made that if someone really wants to watch their they can log in and look at it every hour they use this number. Are we going to get charged
No.
every time a customer wants to see their usage?
No, and they can't change how often those notifications get sent.
Caused a lot of
So if they get a leak notification, it's gonna go to them once, and then there'll be a pause delay. And off the top of my head, we should be able to change that, but most people just leave it 30 days. So they're only gonna get it, even if the customer wants to get it every single time, they're not gonna get one once a month.
Okay. But what about somebody who wanted to check it?
No, they can't just.
That would be a leak notification on the city side of it.
No, on the customer side of it. Right, meaning that their meter is never stopped.
So this is teed up for approval, ready to.
I think I can kind of.
So this has been good to delay this. We appreciate you coming. That's questions are answered.
You live in Fisher?
No, I live in North San Antonio. Yeah. So I'm outside of town, but it's just not bad.
There's no more questions or comments. I'll entertain a motion.
I'll make a motion to approve the notification software. Okay.
Okay, all in favor? There you go. Unanimous. Thank you.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you.
All right. You did number 3 already. So number 4, Warren, this is broker's private opinion on the city's request property, Michael Vista Estates, lot 3.
I don't know why it's. Do we know why it's still on there? I thought we gotten the broker's opinion.
Yeah, I don't know why. This was on there in the draft, but I thought we put it on there. Okay, well, we're gonna take that off the agenda. Scratchy. Thank you very much. Awesome. It is now 10:10, and we are going to go into executive session.